All right, I think we're all ready. Good evening. Hey, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Mayor Devin T. Murphy, and I am now calling the regular meeting of the Pinole City Council for April 18, 2023 to order. The next item is the Pledge of Allegiance, so please rise for the pledge if you are able and willing. Thank you. Next, I'll read our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders past, present, and future who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Next on our agenda is item number 3, which is our roll call, city clerk's report, and statement of conflict. Madam City Clerk, good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Murphy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Tasher.
Here.
Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Here.
Hearing council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, April 13th at 2:30 with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report on agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. The next item is item number 4, which is to convene to a closed session. For these items, we do, of course, have public comment, and citizens may make public comment before we go to closed session. And before that, I'll read our closed session items. The first is 4A, which is a conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are City Manager Murray, City Attorney Casher, and Human Resources Director Stacy Shell. The employee organization is all groups. And item number 4B is a conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The number of potential cases is 1. I'll ask our city clerk if we have any public comments for any of these items.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. We have Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? Mayor, we can come back to Cordell after we reconvene, and there are no more other public comments.
Okay. All right, not seeing any more public comments. We will convene to our closed session. And we should come back no later than 6 p.m. Otherwise, we'll let the public know. Thank you. All right, we're going to get back started. Good evening, everyone. We are now reconvening to the regular meeting of the Pinole City Council, and I will take it to our city attorney, Eric Casher, to announce results for our closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. No reportable action on the first item. And with regards to Item 4B, the city council directed staff to take action to opt into the national settlement and opioid class action litigation against Teva, Allergen, CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart, which will make the city eligible for proceeds from the settlement funds in that litigation. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher. The next item is item number 6, which is citizens to be heard. This is the first section of citizens to be heard for tonight. I'll go to our Deputy City Clerk Stone to ask if there's any public comments.
Yes, we do have Rafael Menace.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And today I'd just like to talk about 2 things under citizens to be heard. First off, overall COVID levels in Pinole continue to improve as of today, as opposed to yesterday, because the numbers changed significantly over the past day. We're currently at 77.9 cases in the last 14 days per 100,000, which is low enough. I'd feel safe not wearing a mask outdoors. Still not low enough. I'd feel safe wearing one indoors. And we're also, I think, down at 7th or 8th in the county. Compare that to Monday when we were at 98 and 3rd in the county. And it's pretty remarkable how much dropping, just one case dropping off in the overall tally, because it's a 14-day running tally, can have a significant impact because the total cases of the last 14 days was 15 rather than 16 or 19. Secondly, there's going to be an earth walk this Saturday from 9 to 12. I believe it's starting at Fernandez Park, not 100% certain on that, but I want to encourage people to sign up for it on the city's website if they haven't done so. It should be a fun time for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, thank you. Sophia Lai.
And just to be clear, these are comments for items that are not on today's agenda. So we'll give you all an opportunity to talk about the items that you want if they're on today's agenda, but the citizens to be heard is for items not currently on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And then so we have Irma Rupert.
Good evening, council, staff, and public. And Mayor, the reason I'm here is because sometimes text messages and emails get miscommunicated or misinterpreted. I'm here for 3 reasons, for 3 issues that I have. And first of all, it's not anything personal. Staff, city manager, city attorney, everybody, and council, everybody, you're doing a great job. However, sometimes we need a little reality check. And one of the issues that I have of concern is that we need to know whose responsibility is it to take care of these issues. One, I came to bring some a packet together and some information to the city. Thursday at 10:30, the doors were locked. The front doors of the city hall were locked. Not the only time I've heard that they've been locked. So I happened to have somebody in the inside just happened to see me and open the door. I came inside and I said, why are the doors locked? Someone said they might be broken. I said, no, well, let's check them. We went out there and the door was locked. It wasn't broken. It was 10:30, Mayor. And my problem is they said the side door was open. The side door, for some of us that have been here before, the side door has always been used for emergencies or other usages, not for someone to come in the public. From what I've lived here 40 years, I've never used the side door. No notice was put, nothing of that sort. There was a lady inside on the counter that turned around and says, that's true. So, you know, a lot of us speak to a lot of neighbors and public. And I'm not the only one to complain, Mayor and Council, but I don't want to hear a complaint and nothing's done. So, and the next thing, Mayor, and I'll hurry up. I only have a few minutes. On March 29th, the Finance Subcommittee had a meeting. The same day, the TAPS Committee had a meeting. No one was told that we had to be virtual. Had to, not virtual, had to be present to attend the meeting. I mean, to be a part of the meeting. I'm talking about the members, the commissioners. It was canceled because they weren't here. They were virtually, and they said, well, you have to be present. No one told them about it. No one mentioned it. Procedures weren't related to them. So they have to reschedule. So it's going to be on this week. Waste of time for the public and the commissioners. We need to get our act together on that one. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is we had a recession years ago, and we had a reduction in force. Half the staff was gone. Excuse me, can I finish with one second?
Finish your thought, please.
Retired or left us because half the staff was let go. Fridays was closed to leave Monday to Thursday business hours for the staff that was left over to do the work. Mayor, there's no reason, rhyme or reason, Fridays has to be closed. You have some people in-house, even people just bring some applications. So Mayor, I won't take much of your time. I'm sorry. I don't mean to bring this to your attention, but when it's important, I'm not the only one that this happened to. It's happened to other committee members, commissioners, and everybody else, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Susan Keith.
Hi, my name is Susan Keith. I live in Hercules, and I'm not sure if I shouldn't be delayed to item 13. If you want to speak to items on the consent calendar, is it okay to speak now, or should I wait?
Ms. Keefe, you'll want to wait until we get to the consent calendar to make your public comment on items
Okay.
regarding the consent calendar.
Okay, I will wait till item 13. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, great. And if we can get the city manager just to respond back, maybe in an email around the issues around the city hall closure on Thursday. I don't know if that's something we can make sure we mitigate for the future, or would you like to respond now?
It's the first I'm hearing of any instance at City Hall on Thursday. I think I was in the office that day all day, so I'm happy to respond to the member of the public about that.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. We'll close the first section of public comment for this evening's meeting. And before we go to reports and communications, we'll go to item number 8. And then we'll go back to item number 7 because we do have some guests in the audience. Item number 8 is around recognitions, presentations, and community events. And so what we'll do is we'll start with our proclamations. And our first proclamation is National Arbor Day. Our council has a tradition of reading our proclamations together. And so again, council, if you will join me in reading our Arbor Day proclamation. Arbor Day, April 28th, 2023. Whereas in 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established a special day to set aside for the planting of trees. And
whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and
whereas trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing a habitat for wildlife. And
whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And
whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire city of Pinole, do hereby proclaim April 28th, 2023 as Arbor Day in the city of Pinole. And I encourage residents to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Thank you. Our next proclamation is our Arab American Heritage Month proclamation, and I will start us off. Arab American Heritage Month, which is April 2023. Whereas the Constitution of the United States proclaims that everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth therein, without discrimination of race, religion, or other status, and
Whereas the city of Pinole recognizes the contributions of Arab American students, families, and community members. And whereas for over a century, Arab Americans have been making valuable contributions to all aspects of American society, including medicine, law, technology, government, culture, and
Whereas Arab Americans have enriched our society by sharing their American spirit, which has made our country proud and prosperous. And
Whereas Arab Americans join all Americans in the desire to see a peaceful and diverse community where all are treated equally. And whereas the incredible contributions of Arab Americans have helped us build a better nation. And
whereas manifestations of religious intolerance, incitement, harassment, or violence against Arab Americans within our city are condemned.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim April 2023 as Arab American Heritage Month in the City of Pinole. Happy Arab American Heritage Month, everyone. And we have our last proclamation for tonight, which is Earth Day. This one we have guests from the audience here as well to celebrate and hopefully talk a little bit about the amazing work they're doing in the community. But before we'll do that, as a council, we'll read our Earth Day proclamation. Earth Day, April 22, 2023. Whereas even the smallest of organisms, such as microscopic bacteria in soil, contribute to systems that feed and sustain life, that should not be taken for granted. A reminder that we should be one with nature and not above it.
whereas this giving planet is abundant with shared resources for all people and life when respectfully harnessed and nurtured, and should not be exploited and depleted, but rather sustained, protected, and conserved for the present and future generations by working with nature and not against it.
whereas it is a human right to have access to healthy food, opportunity, clean air and water, and putting profit over the health and happiness of people in all life is unjust.
whereas the natural circular systems of Earth can offer lessons and solutions to rethink and reevaluate our current unsustainable systems and transition to ones that revere and mirror natural systems while creating an economy and job market that is cleaner and greener. Whereas the breathtaking beauty of this planet offers peace, solace, and a reminder of the need for more open and green spaces.
Whereas the impacts of climate change and increasing extreme weather events are a direct result of environmental exploitation by human beings, yet human beings also possess the knowledge, power, and resources to reverse damage and heal the planet and protect its existence for generations to come. Whereas we recognize the dire need to reshape and reprioritize our goals and desires as a global community immediately.
Now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2023 as Earth Day in the City of Pinole and encourage all residents and businesses to pay gratitude to this shared planet and reflect on what actions we all can take as a community to sustain and protect it. Happy Earth Day soon, everyone, and happy Earth Month. And of course, council and public, this evening, we have some very, very special guests who are doing incredible work across our city and truly across the region. The Pinole Valley High School Earth Team, as well as members of the Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed. We invite you to make public comment, and after, we would also love to take a picture with you and offer you this proclamation.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the recognition and support. On behalf of Pinole Earth Team, I would first like to thank you. And secondly, I'd like to briefly highlight some of the projects we've done this year. Most notably, we've planted a native pollinator garden, which hopefully will support populations of butterflies who overwinter in Pinole. And additionally, we created in-depth planting guides for local native plant gardens and are distributing native wildflowers, to community members at this weekend's Earth Day for the nature walk. In addition to these successes, the team and I have had opportunities to participate in and successfully lead litter cleanup events, which have further aided our environmental outreach and our presence within our community. So thank you very much, Council, for your active participation and encouragement.
Thank you, Sophia. Pardon me. My name is Ann Moriarty, and I'm from the Friends Pinole Creek Watershed and have worked with many of you and many of those in the community. And what we wanted to do, and thank you for getting this set up so you can see it, was a year ago in April, we made a presentation to you for the trash assessment project, which was together with Earth Team and Friends of Pinole Creek, the City of Pinole, the Contra Costa Resource Conservation District, and various schools. So that now brings us to 1 year later. And so what we wanted to do was to just give you a quick update on the status of the asks that we made 1 year ago. And before I do that, I wanted you to know that Pinole Valley High School, the International Baccalaureate group, is setting up a GoFundMe page that they are going to be doing a swim-a-thon to support the work of Earth Team and Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed. So I wrote that on the paper right there. Their goal is a $1,000 grant. And so we commend them and we thank them for their support. So 1 year later. So of our asks, first of all, one of them was a foodware ordinance update. And good to know that the climate action and awareness and action plan has worked to get takeout containers. There's a pilot starting very soon. The actual ordinance status at this point is unknown, but I know it is being worked on. So we're looking forward to seeing how that has grown and the goodness that comes from that. Second, we asked for a city-owned trash bin inventory and the high-capacity bins, and that has been delayed due to the CIP. But we look forward to seeing that actually happen and getting some kind of direction for that within the next couple of years. Third, we asked to identify high trash areas of concern. And that was something that we were able to do based on the data. And we identified the trail and pedestrian bridge behind Pinole Valley Shopping Center and Pinole Valley High. And thankfully to the city, there was a trash can that was installed on one side of the bridge, and to the shopping center, a trash can installed there. And that has made a significant impact on the trash that is in that area. In addition, another high area or a high trash area is the Pinole Public Library. And that is where we have an unhoused community that is there. So we are working together with the county to get a way that the dumpster can be modified so that it can be used for immediate trash. Also, the City of Pinole, the maintenance group, has done a phenomenal job of working with the community there and keeping a real positive interaction. So that's been something really excellent that way.
The Adopt a Street or Adopt a Spot program is itself not happening yet, but we have initiated the Pinole Creek Allies, which is what we are all part of. And so that is our next step. Number 5, we asked for a litter awareness outreach and educational programs. And so first of all, we have our yard signs, which you may have seen around town, Heart Pinole Creek. And if I go this way, you can see it. And the QR code right down there at the bottom will bring you to our website where you can always find out more information there. In addition, Kitty Kleiman at Pinole Valley High has really stepped up. And in February, they had Pinole Creek, the high school had Pinole Creek Awareness Month. And so every single day they made an announcement about the creek. And you will see also now, thank you to Norma Martinez Rubin and also to the photography teacher at Pinole Valley High, the exhibit of creek photos that was by the photography club at the high school. So great stuff happening there. In addition, we have our monthly trash cleanups. And so we have had an amazingly successful time. We've had 7 cleanups in addition to the coastal cleanup, which was hosted by the city of Pinole. And community members are engaged and motivated. So not just those who show up, but those who walk the creek, those who every day are present and picking up trash and taking consideration for where they live. In addition, the Rotary Club, Earth Team, and people from as far away as Walnut Creek are coming here to help clean the Pinole Creek watershed. And that's because the word's out that we've got something good going on here. So we've got lots of stuff happening. We wanted to share the data from the 7 cleanups. And so, so far a total, we have collected 232 bags of trash, 1,302 pounds of trash, 953 gallons of trash. And we have had 241 volunteers who have shown up over those 7 times, which means that there are at least 482 volunteer hours. That's pretty amazing. So Pinole is stepping up. The city of Pinole is stepping up, taking care of that trash. The members and the community have really stood up. So we are very thankful for everything that's happening here. And finally, we have got our upcoming events, which we just wanted to share with you. And of course, that is the Earth Day, which is coming up this next week. The tour of the Pavon Creek's restoration. And you can see the rest of the things that are right there. I won't go through them all, but you're welcome to join us, and you can go to the Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed website. Join us, and thank you to the city of Pinole and to staff and for all the work that you've been doing, and mostly thank you to the community of Pinole for stepping up and really caring for our creek. Thank you.
Great. And of course, we'd love to offer you all this proclamation as we celebrate Earth Day. And then after that, we'll take all comments, including our public comment. And council, if you will join me at the podium. We're going to squeeze it a little bit, so maybe that's sideways. Stack it, like what? We'll call that sardines in a can. One, two. And as this is our presentation, if you all have any other comments, please come to the podium. And of course, if we have other public comments, City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk Stone, let us know.
Yes, we have two online. We'll start with a telephone caller. Last four numbers 5748.
Hello. Can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Please state your name and city of residence.
Yes, my name is Anthony, and I'm a longtime resident of Pinole, taxpayer, senior citizen. I'd like to congratulate the Earth Day group with their presentation, and I wanted to just comment or make an inquiry as to two items. One is, can you give us an update on what we can do to take care of the immediate issue that's facing our garbage, rubbish cans throughout the city, specifically in and around certain parks like the dog park, the barbecue grove, and some other parks and places throughout the city where there are old trash cans that used to be sold in Ace Hardware or something without covers, with covers that get lost or stolen. They're not recyclable bins, so you can't even separate the bottles and the glass. People go in there and they drink bottles of wine and 6-packs and deposit them in with the regular trash, not to mention all the other increment things from the dog dungs and what have you that maybe get serviced once or twice a week. And I know the City Public Works Department doesn't take the time to separate them. They just go in one big garbage bag over there at the dog park and the barbecue grove across the street and up and down throughout Pinole Valley Park. We need to replace those right away if we're going to be good stewards of the for Earth Day and good stewards of the community. And secondly, I was going to ask, has anyone thought it was going to be a good idea to look into replacing the old white plastic microfiber sandbags that the city uses for sandbags several times a year? That's a very bad pollutant. It doesn't last more than 1 year or through one summer. It breaks up into fine little pieces. It goes into our creeks. People come back and fill them up again. They overfill the sandbags at the station because there's no directive or sign saying to fill the sandbag, you only have to fill it 1/3 to at the most 1/2 full. So when they fill it up to the top, thinking they're getting a good deal, they break up faster through one summer and or one winter, and then they come back and do more, and it pollutes our streams, our rivers, our creeks, our bay, and the ocean, which is not good for the fish, wildlife, and birds because of all those microfibers. So can we get some
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? We can try to come back to Mr. Hindler at another time.
All right. Do you have any other public comments on presentations and proclamations?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Oh, hi, Mr. Hindler. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so good evening, Mayor Murphy, council members. I am Cordell Handler and I am a fantastic Richmond resident. So I do want to congratulate the Earth Day crew for this proclamation, and hopefully that everyone, that includes everyone on the council, will come out there, you know, like to celebrate this Earth Day. I mean, you got people coming all the way from Walnut Creek. I was like, wow, this is incredible. So I hopefully that everyone will get to take part in, like, planting trees, that type of thing. So if I can plant a tree, anybody can do it. So it's a sense. So that's it.
Okay, and we did have one card. Did Sophia Lai still have a comment, or was that taken care of? Okay, thank you.
There are no more public comments.
All right, seeing no more public comments, I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your presentation. Feel free to send us those notes. That was we don't oftentimes get those type of presentations. We usually get a slideshow. So feel free to send us those notes. We would love to continue our partnership together. And to the young people, we sincerely thank you, because you are not only creating a better Pinole for today, but you're creating a better Pinole for tomorrow as well. And so thank you for your courage and your leadership. And you are truly superstars in this neighborhood, I promise. A lot of people are seeing what you're doing, and we're so, so proud of you. So keep it up. And if we can do anything to support you, you reach out to us and let us know. Thank you. Right, to our back to our agenda. We're moving backwards, and then we'll continue on as normal, which is goes to item 7, which is 7A. And that's the mayor's report. I do have just 3 announcements that I do want to make, and perhaps those leaving as you leave the city hall, you may hear. But our city is really excited to start our new Centenarian project or program. So if you are someone, or you know someone who lives in Pinole and is celebrating a birthday of 100 years or older, we are looking to honor them for their wealth of experience, their wisdom, their resilience, and their longevity through our city's new Centenarian program. There are 2 ways for us for you to reach out. Number 1, you can email the city recreation department at recreation@ci.pinole.ca.us, or you can go to the Pinole Senior Center and pick up an application from the front desk and complete it. Again, this is our way as a city of honoring our elders here in our own city around, again, their experience, their wisdom, and of course, their resilience. And we are looking forward to honoring these community members at a space later this year. So if you are someone or know someone who has turned 100, first of all, give them a pat on the back, but also let us know. We want to honor them, and we want to celebrate. Them. So we're really excited to start this. And thank you again to our community services department for leading this program. The second announcement I wanted to make is that the city of Pinole, we adopted our housing element recently, and some of the conversations we had around our housing element included workforce housing, really supporting teachers with workforce housing in Contra Costa County. And what's exciting about this is that as we think about these things in Pinole, there's also other cities who are talking, and jurisdictions who are talking about this. One, namely, is the Contra Costa County Board of Education, which is meeting tomorrow evening, April 19th at 5 p.m. And they are discussing a resolution and perhaps next steps to create education workforce housing in Contra Costa County. Some of the members are really excited about the potential of partnerships with cities, but we also want to make sure that residents are a part of it. So if you're a resident and you're interested in this conversation, or just want to learn more, again, April 19th at 5 p.m. is the Contra Costa County Board of Education meeting. And all the information is on this website, which is tiny.cc/ED workforce housing. That's tiny.cc/ED workforce housing. And that will direct you to both the resolution as well as the information about the meeting that they're having. And last but not least, I just wanted to remind the public as well as council that MCE Clean Energy does have a board meeting this Thursday at 7 p.m. There are several different places for folks to make public comment, including virtually, but we will be having a board meeting in person, and two of the public comment spaces are in San Rafael office of MCE as well as Concord. So that does conclude my mayor's report. And so we'll go to, oh, we actually do. We have mayor and council appointments. So we'll go to 7B, which is our mayor and council appointments. And we have consideration of a few appointments tonight. So I'll go to a city clerk Bell for these.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening once again, council, staff, and members of the public. I do have a brief staff report that I will provide to you now for the item, which is to consider planning commission appointments. So the Pinole Planning Commission is a 7-member panel of Pinole residents who take action on development requests and make policy recommendations to the city council. Currently, there are 4 vacancies on the Planning Commission following the resignation of Simon Wong on March 31st of last year, and the upcoming expiration of 3 seats with terms that all expire on April 30th of this year, later this month. So on December 19th, 2022, an announcement was made to the public that a recruitment period was open and applications would be accepted by the Office of the City Clerk. The recruitment period was subsequently extended twice, and in total, 4 applications were received from, that says 4, I believe we had, oh yes, in 4, total applications were received from Gabriel Sandoval, John Bender, Christy Lamb-Julian, and Pamela Patzloff. Frankie Martinez, incumbent applicant, confirmed his interest in being considered for reappointment. So the City Council will consider making appointments to the Planning Commission for the following term in accordance with the Pinole Municipal Code. So there are 4 seats with a term that will expire on April 30th, 2027. The interview subcommittee interviewed all 5 candidates on March 1st, April 10th, and April 11th. And the recommendation of the subcommittee is to appoint Frankie Martinez, Christy Lamb-Julian, and John Bender to the Planning Commission. The subcommittee is recommending that the city clerk, my office, continue recruitment efforts for the 4th seat until it's filled. And with that, I'm available for questions, and I'll pass it over to our interview subcommittee members.
Thank you. Do our subcommittee members have any comments before we go to council questions? Council Member Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Thank you, applicants to the Planning Commission. Look forward to hearing from you as you participate in the Planning Commission's meetings, activities, and recommendations to City Council, and eventually as we meet again, as we did this year, jointly to address issues that affect both of ours, and also to learn together. We look forward to continued recruitment for an applicant that will fill the available spot.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yeah, just to add to that, I want to recognize Ann Moriarty, who we heard from earlier, is not seeking reappointment, but she was extremely talented and we want to thank her. Hopefully you'll pass that on to her. And also David Current, who is another longtime planning commissioner who also chose not to reapply. Pinole has been really fortunate to have him as well. So I just want to recognize them. And, second, the appointment of John Bender, who's a returning planning commissioner. Frankie Martinez also returning, and Christy Lamb-Julian.
Great. Thank you. We'll go to council for questions. Any questions from council members? Council member Taves, excuse me.
Yeah, I just had a question as to why the 4th spot wasn't filled. Was there, I guess, looking for applicants? The reason why I ask is that, based on the last election, there's not a lot of people looking to come in and volunteer for these positions. And I saw 2 candidates there. Were there any reservations or qualities that you might be looking for that you didn't find in those people?
We're looking for somebody who understands the basic planning process, what they as a planning commissioner, what their role is. It's not their opinion. It's based on, the general plan, the zoning ordinance, and how to apply those planning documents to a proposal that's coming in. And we saw that clearly out of the applicants that we're recommending.
Any other questions? Oh, did you want to add to
No,
that?
I echo that. We're looking for, because of the scarce availability of volunteers, we really want to take advantage of those who are offering both volunteer and professional experience that would complement the composition and of the composition and also the important role that commissioners play, particularly in representing the city.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'm
Did you-
just wondering how we fill these roles. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, just with planning commission, I know there's the time constraint and we have another item coming before us a little later in the meeting. But the planning commission especially is one of those roles that I think is important. We have a full board just because with all the activity that we're going to be having here in the city. But I do want to thank those that did serve. I know it's a difficulty and it's a time constraint. Those that weren't returning, but I just wanted to say thank you and thank you to everybody that did apply and got appointed, or will, I guess, hopefully through the council get appointed to serve in planning commission. So thank you for volunteering and serving.
Mhm. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll go to public comment. Are there any comments from the public on this item?
Yes, we have Rafael Menes and Irma Report.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. I have a few comments. First, I'd like to echo council's comments in praise of the existing commissioners, Frankie Martinez and Ann Moriarty and Dave Curran. They've all done great work on the commission based on my personal work as a commissioner working with them. Commissioners Curran and Chair Moriarty will be missed. I recognize they feel it's time for them to move on, but their knowledge, insight, and passion for the role of being a good planning commissioner will be challenging to replace. One of the challenges the planning commission has been facing a bit over the past year or so, especially with the implementation of the new stricter requirements for in-person attendance, is making sure that we have a full quorum for meetings, because sometimes people just aren't able to make it or they have a conflict. So I'd like to inquire a little bit more deeply into why the interview subcommittee decided not to recommend Gabriel Sandoval's application. Because looking over the application that was attached, it seemed like a reasonable understanding of the role of the planning commission, how it functions within the city, its understanding of the general plan, and so on. So I was curious as to whether there was simply a conflict due to his work as part of Senator Skinner's office, or whether it was the interview subcommittee's opinion that he was unqualified to serve on the commission, or whether there was some other reason. So just wanted to get some clarification on that in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next public comment and then we'll go back to council deliberation. Sorry, Ms. Rupert. Yes, please go.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. And I too have a question. I strongly recommend and agree on the three that the subcommittee has interviewed. However, the fourth is in question. I personally think that I strongly recommend Gabriel Sandoval to the last spot on the planning commission. I disagree in the continued recruitment that you're setting up. You have an application from Gabriel Sandoval dated January 6th, the first one that applied, and then it continued because others were going to be termed out. It's not fair to him. He currently is an executive assistant, office of the state senator, Nancy Skinner. He's a graduate BA in political science from UC Berkeley. Lived in Pinole 17 years. Very qualified. Mayor, I have a problem. I applied for a committee a couple of years ago, and I got interviewed by one of the council members that's sitting up there. And I was told I was too political to be appointed. Currently, I applied for the commission that I was not appointed to, and guess what? I'm on now. Do not use any political reason for not appointing these people. We need him. And surely would like to see us be neutral on these recruitments and interviews. And maybe next time, make it public, the interviews, so we can all see what's going on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item?
That's Cordell Handler.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So, good evening again, Mayor Murphy, council. I am Cordell Handler. I'm a Richmond resident. So I agree with the speakers. When people apply for, to fill these vacancies on this commission, it's important because they have experience, in urban planning. So as Ms. Irma, had mentioned, I do like the idea of, trying to fill these vacancies. So I would just go along with that. So that's it.
All right. Any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, well, we'll go back to council for comments or deliberation. I'll go back to the committee members, maybe Mayor Pro Tem Toms or Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Do you all have any comments or?
I made previous comments that I think the difference between the ones that we're recommending and the ones that we are not putting forward has to do with an understanding of the planning process and what the role of the planning commissioners are. So I would recommend, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint the three that were recommended. And if the remainder of the council wants to make another recommendation, that we do that under a separate, separate motion.
Did you have comments or questions, of course?
No comment. I stand behind the decision that the subcommittee was tasked to do. And having interviewed and having read the applications from all applicants, also having served on the planning commission for 8 years and knowing what it requires from the get-go, whether having had academic training of any type or not, the decision that we make is very appropriate. And I think we have a group of candidates to be complemented yet with another who will also bring to the planning commission the kinds of skills that would be that would complement the commission, as well as have that individual candidate be ready to volunteer as best possible with their first meeting or at their first meeting.
And just a question, because it came up during public comment, City Clerk Bell or City Attorney Casher, have you all experienced us having public interviews? Is that a legal process to have? If we were to consider that in the future, I'm just interested in that.
Yes, it's definitely a possibility. We created the subcommittees and for that reason, they're not Brown Act bodies, but if the council decided to move away from that practice, that's certainly an option.
And that would be a legal thing to do.
Yes,
Just
the
to be clear.
city could opt to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying, just in case. Yep. All right, other comments or questions from council or motions?
I'd like to move initially the recommendation for the three individuals, John Bender, Christy Lamb Julian, and reappointment of Frankie Martinez.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
A second.
All right, there's a second. Any questions on the motion? City Clerk Bell.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, any other motions on this item?
Yes, one for me.
Councilmember Sasai.
Sure. I'll motion to appoint applicant Gabriel Sandoval to the planning commission.
All right, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion and a second on the table. Are there any questions on the motion? Not seeing any. City Clerk Bell, call the roll, please.
Thank you. Councilmembers Martinez Rubin.
Don't we have discussion after the motion? We have deliberation.
Well, I did ask if there were any questions, but deliberation is open too.
Thank you. Okay. We have a process in place, a subcommittee of your peers to review the applications, to make a determination as to who we believe is appropriate to be on the planning commission. And by stepping that, you are indicating that you are not trusting our judgment as your peers. Is that the case?
So the current Are you asking me as mayor or?
Oh, I'm asking, given, that's a question that's out there, given the second,
Sure,
think it
we'll go to
warrants-
council.
It warrants a
Member Two.
discussion. I appreciate it. I think the matter of trust, no, personally, I do trust your guys' judgment. I do. The consideration I have is nobody's running for office that hasn't pretty much all run. I think Cameron, you were the only one that wasn't involved we need people to serve, and this city clerk Bell, can you explain or give us just an indication how long this planning commission vacancies have been open? Just
Yes, so we did have the one vacancy that was open as of, I believe, April of last year. Across the board, it's been difficult to find volunteers, I think is your point. Yeah.
so I mean, when we look at the context of how long those vacancies have been there, I'm personally concerned that we have somebody right now. We have a couple of people right now that we should give them an opportunity to do it. And the difficulty is there. I agree with you. The points that you made are valid. I'm just concerned that we're not, our continuity of government and the importance of planning commission and the need that we all as council members rely on those decisions at planning commission to help facilitate some of the decisions we make up here. I'm concerned that without that one person or without that vacancy, we're just continuing another year of vacancies and not showing that we need people to serve in these positions and that they're very important. So that's why I'm seconding and it's not that I don't trust your judgment. I do. I'm just weighing the fact that we have a serious gap. That was my position. I trust your evaluation. I believe that this person coming on may need extra help. But just when I joined planning commission, I did have a background in civil engineering and I did do permits. And so I had a little bit more, but you helped me. Dave Current helped me. The people that were there helped me learn our processes. So I'm hoping that environment continues to do that. And it's still, in my belief, watching the planning commissions, it's still there. And I'm extending at least my experience to Gabriel if he needs help, and I'm hoping that the rest of the council and people serving on planning commission do the same. Otherwise, we're going to have a 3-3, I think, on the board, which we've had for quite some time. And Simon too, just resigning. I mean, it is a time commitment. I'm hoping that when we get to this next agenda item down the line, that we start to talk about the value of that time and service and try to establish something associated with them.
Thank
I have
you.
one comment. Oh, you can go ahead.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Thompson, then we'll go to council.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the reason I asked for two separate motions on this is because I do respect the entire council's ability to weigh in on this. Two of us made a recommendation. And if you disagree with it, which you're entitled to, that's why it's brought forward at the council. So I think that's, it's appropriate.
Thank you, Councilor Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. The reason why I made the motion is really because we have a very well qualified applicant in question. This is somebody who is born and raised in Pinole. And in this city, I believe we've had a problem with retaining talent, local talent here in our city, particularly young talent. And we need to start building direct pipelines for young leadership at every step of the way. Whether that's my proposal to bring a high school internship program for our city, whether that's appointing young people to the Community Services Commission, TAPS committee, and then any other commissions. We have to be very mindful of that. Secondly, this is somebody who works at our state senator Nancy Skinner's office. So we have the benefit of somebody who works in an office who represents our district here in the Bay Area, including Pinole. And we have somebody who is working for a state senator who is very active in housing legislation, especially in the past 2 years. And from my personal experience being a former staffer, whether or not you are a legislative director or aide, or you are a scheduler or an executive assistant, if you work in that office, you are regularly exposed to policy and you have a say in that process. And so my question really is, why not? You know, was there something in the interview that may have had a red flag for this applicant? You don't have to answer that question, but this is the reason why I'm making this motion, and it's not because there's a lack of trust or judgment. I'm not going to make that call. I'm not going to say that publicly. But in this instance, I do disagree with the assessment. And once again, the process is that this committee makes a recommendation and it comes back to council for a vote. That's the process. And so thank you for all who respects that. And my motion is on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion?
Yeah, comment. The very well qualified on paper doesn't always translate to very well qualified in practice. And because it is an open discussion now, my assessment of the candidates that we did not recommend means that they did not demonstrate their that level of qualification relative to the applicant pool that we got now. I think both Councilmember Toms and I are very aware that the vacancies have been there for some time. And what we can do as council people, I think you asked, you know, if you're really interested in having someone apply. I mean, our role also is to go out and recruit. And it sounds to me like perhaps you are acquainted with this person, individual, and who you're advocating for more so than Councilmember Toms and I are, separate from their application to be a commissioner. Not privy to that kind of acquaintance or familiarity with the person. What I had to go by as a member of the subcommittee was what was on paper, as well as what was presented in the interview, and as well as the input from staff, because staff are there and they're really the ones that have to work with the individual, not us, whether we agree or know the person well or not. And so that's also part of my consideration. How much time it will take to have someone come up to speed to complement the commission. So, you know, well, okay, I'll leave it at that. I wanted you to know my thinking as well behind it. It's not for naught. It's not, you know, just a cursory disregard for someone, given where they're currently employed. Not at all.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the motion? All right, not seeing any, we'll go to City Clerk Bell to call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Can you please review the motion that's on the table?
City Clerk Bell.
I believe the motion is to appoint Gabriel Sandoval to the Planning Commission for a term of 4 years.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
No.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Are there any other motions on this item? All right, not seeing any, we'll go to City Council. We'll go to items. First of all, sorry, congratulations to all the appointed members. Thank you so much for your service to Pinole. Sometimes we move so fast here, we don't get to celebrate you all. And thank you for your tremendous service, Mr. Martinez and Ms. Rupert, who've been appointed, and Ms. Lamb and Mr. Menez and I'm like Mr. Berardi, all the commissioners in the room. Thank you so much for your service. And we look forward to you also helping us recruit more people, because we need this and we need to, again, build a beautiful and livable and vibrant city. And you are a part of that. So thank you so much. All right, next we'll go to item number 7C, which is City Council Committee Reports and Communications. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Thank you. Just briefly, our typical West Camp meeting was scheduled for last week, but it's going to be held this Thursday here in the chambers, and it will be our first in-person hybrid meeting. So 6:30 on Thursday night, folks are welcome to either come in person or to log on. And then we also had a finance committee meeting last week. We're starting the budget process, And we may be having a municipal code meeting coming up next week. So that's the end of my report.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go to Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. I was very happy to attend the April 6th Contra Costa County Mayor's Conference, and we covered a number of items. Most intriguing to me was the CCTA's presentation on the Redefining Mobility Summit, which I believe took place today. In its presentation was discussed autonomous mobility, the trends and challenges occurring as the industry moves from pilots to deployment, and how this technology is being planned for parts of East County, as well as how this will shape the future of public transportation towards autonomy and clean energy. Lastly, had the opportunity to meet with Kibby Kleiman, who was our Pinole Valley High School principal, about student organizations and achievements this year, school safety and how he's approached that. And he mentioned a good idea for the council was to recognize student leaders on a regular basis. We have so many students this particular year that have had so many achievements, and not just our student athletes, but also folks who are going off in the debate team statewide. And so that's something that I really do consider as we go forward with proclamations and different recognitions for members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Tape.
Yeah, so I had a chance to couple meetings that I sit on. The Wickama board met last Thursday. We were talking about 1383 and the food waste collection. And this has started to move towards commercial and multifamily homes. So where the hiccups have happened is letters have gone out to several of the people in our community that own maybe, a multifamily unit or commercial building that has food supply. And so the green bin for those facilities that conversation started to happen. So those letters went out. We're working. I think there was a large amount of our community has already responded and are working with Republic Services to determine where these green bins are going to go. I just want to encourage the public that has a commercial or multifamily property that you do have to contact Recycle More, Republic Services if you're having trouble where the placement of that. So this might be coming up before council if we start to get complaints or the city complaints of a green bin just sitting out there, because now it's 3 of those big trash bins. So if you think of an apartment complex, they have 2. Now they have this 3rd one for green food that doesn't fit in the original design. So they're working with everybody to try to figure out what that's going to look like moving forward. But so we had a great presentation about that. One thing I do want to kind of spotlight was we did have, I don't know if the community came in, but we saw that workshop that went on regarding a lot of the compostable items and the plastic containers and the plastics, I think the plastic ordinance and education program. As we were discussing that, it started to circle microplastics and what's actually biodegradable and what's contributing to microplastics problem that's kind of getting in the water supply. So that whole conversation started to happen about getting into the creek and what happens when these plastics actually break down, but don't really all the way break down. So that was I think that's going to be coming back. We asked staff to look into that with Republic Services to try to determine what kind of data is around there. I do know that Republic Services does test a lot of these products in-house to get lab data to try to determine that preemptively. But as a community, we have to start talking about, well, how much of these plastics are actually out there and what are we doing to contribute, what's biodegradable and what's really not. So that was a big conversation that happened. I did want to also comment and look to council to potentially get some, maybe when we do future agenda items, but we received an email from a council member in Richmond regarding the Martinez refinery and a modeling map that came out on SF Chronicle regarding flaring and the potential for chemicals or metals to actually be distributed in our area. The way the email was framed, and I think, you know, obviously if somebody says that, there's a panic that kind of comes over everyone as to how much toxicity are we really talking about? That map is a barrier air quality model to inform the testing or the third-party testing group to start testing soil to find out what the actual extent of that dust may have gotten to. Pinole, Hercules, a little bit of Richmond are included in that map, but that map is not fact yet. That map is a model for us to start testing and then get information back. So the incident happened on Thanksgiving, it's like 24th, 25th. 2016, the MRC Oversight Committee had a meeting on 4/13. The SF Chronicle released that report. And the report title may have contributed. So there's really no fact, but it's more information that this happened. And then we received an email on 4/16. On 4/9, I was kind of tracking this, and because that map came out and we were trying to figure out, well, what does that mean for the rest of the community? So I did reach out to the hazardous materials. He has a weird title. It's no, ombudsman. Ombudsman. I think that's just the guy who informs everybody. I've never heard of that. I think it's the communication guy. Yeah, Michael Kent, and he mentioned that they did retain the third party testing company. That's underway. Typically, they're going to test around the refinery and work their way out per that map. So we should be getting more information in as that happens. And later on, I will be asking for a potential presentation from that group so that we can have some information for the community to directly on how that might be affecting Pinole. I also want to guide everybody to the MRC website for the county. It was the county Department of Health that monitors the MRC Martinez refinery. And they have information, agendas, minutes on discussions that have been happening over the last 4 months. So that website is cchealth.org /HAZMAT/MRC. And you'll be able to find as much information there as been happening. It's all up to date. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows this is frustrating. People are worried. And at the same time, leadership is asking for you to be patient, which is really a difficult situation to be in until we actually have results and can try to determine what the impact was. I know that there are a lot of electeds that are watching this. And that is something that maybe policy needs to start being looked at as to how the notifications go out. What are some of the information topics that people need to know, especially if they're living that close to a refinery? And we're not that close, but still it can have an impact. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody, is that something that's happening. So if you hear it in the community, that email that came was a little bit, it's a toxic dust. We're not sure how toxic, and we're not sure how, what the risk really is. But when emails like that go out, it kind of send a shockwave through our community. So we just want to make sure that we're going to trusted sources of information prior to making the jumps or spreading information that may or may not be accurate. So sorry, that was a lot.
No,
But a lot's happened. But I just want to say, the more to come on this information.
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem
So,
Thompson, do you have a question?
Thank you for that information. Are you going to be discussing that in the Hazardous Materials Commission meeting that you are part of?
Right. So through the mayor's conference, I was appointed to the Hazardous Materials Commission. We're actually meeting tomorrow. It's not on the agenda, but there are parts of that meeting where you can make public comment. In fact, let me see if I can get the Zoom meeting. We'll just let the public know real quick. 1 second. Just pulling up the agenda packing. Yeah, so the Zoom meeting ID is 922-7979-8338. And you could plug that into Zoom to get on the meeting. Or you can call in at 1-646-518-9805, preferably in the beginning of the meeting while we have public comment.
Thank you. Counselor Martinez Rubin, your report.
Thank you. Last week, I attended the League of California City Leaders Summit. And there were a number of sessions that I think topic-wise are relatable to City of Pinole. The titles are what I will read to you, and you have the options, you and members of the public have the option to access the slide decks from those presentations. You just don't have the benefit of having the question and answer session that would go with a live presentation, but otherwise, what is outlined in the slide decks, I think is very informative and educational to anyone who would want to access them on the calcities.org website. So the kinds of presentations that I had the benefit of attending included electeds and staff from cities statewide. The titles were Strategies for Local Government to Prevent Organized Retail Crime, namely talking about the importance of partnering with law enforcement agencies, as the City of Pinole does with the California Highway Patrol. Best practices in addressing illegal dumping. As an example of that is the illegal dumping of mattresses, and reminded me of how we in the city can also possibly do a bit more in promoting the services that our current service provider, Republic Services provides, and otherwise as well. I think there's another group that picks up mattresses so that they're not left near us or even outside city limits, but eventually affect the city. City council and staff's role in workplace investigations and the importance of staying out of our lane, staying in our lane as council members and not interfering or intervening in matters that have to do with staff and their reports. Partnering for protection, looking past jurisdictions to provide school safety. Once again, the topic of discussion was related to the unfortunate ongoing gun shootings that happen on school campuses and the need to partner and promote safety and prevent those kinds of occurrences with the combined involvement of school districts and local police departments, as an example. How cities can fight crime with civil litigation. In particular, the discussion was about properties that end up being rental properties where drug activity is going on, and that activity affects the street and or neighborhood and makes the quality of life for the neighbors something that is undesirable, along with the crime that's occurring. So those are some of the topics that were covered. It was very informative, one of the best conferences that I've attended, with lots of tips on how to work together beyond the council chambers, beyond our role as council members, along with whether it's other jurisdictions or other agencies, given that these problems are due to a number of different circumstances, not just those that are within the jurisdiction of a local city. So again, the slide deck from the sessions are available on the calcities.org website. That's it, I believe. Otherwise, I'll come back. Yep, I'll come back as a future agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Since there were a lot of reports this time, I'll go to the city clerk to ask if there are any public comments on 9A or 9C.
We do on council reports, Rafael Menes.
Excuse me, I said 9. I meant 7A or 7C, but I'm assuming you knew that, Mr. Minutes.
Yes, this is comments on 7C. I'll also have comments on the consent calendar, but that's later. So I wanted to follow up a bit on Councilmember Tave's comments about the charts that the Bay Area Quality Management District put out with regards to simulated potential soil exposure to the contaminants that were released from the Martinez refinery. So I went ahead and looked up that chart and the associated PDFs in the reports. And I'm curious as to whether you know, Councilmember Tave, through the mayor, whether soils, on what time scale soil sampling will be taking place? Like, is it going to be taking place over a few months, a few years? Whether any soil sampling is going to be taking place in Pinole in particular, or whether it's just going to be taking place in the dark and very dark blue portions of the chart, given that it's a simulation, as you noted, not actual showing of where there was contamination, and only the areas marked in yellow on that figure are where contamination was directly found. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on 7A or 7C?
No more public comments.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to respond or at least?
Yeah, so I did talk to Michael Kent earlier today, and their methodology is to start kind of like at the ground zero and start testing outward. And once you hit zero for the things that you're testing for, they're assuming in those directions that would be your place of zero impact, right? So wherever that line is, those charts are meant to set the framework. Otherwise, you'd be testing forever, right? There was also a comment he made about metals that might, you have to measure above background. So there are, baselines that they have to test for, and then anything of elevated nature would be considered impact. But he did mention, and like I said, when we get to council requests for future agenda items, that he's more than willing to come out, or somebody from that team, to give us a little bit more information as to where they are as far as timelines go. This is one of those things that you have to be very meticulous about and very calculated about, because you are reporting not only to the refinery, the county, and Bay Area air quality, you're also reporting to the community. So these answers have to be correct. So they're being very meticulous about it. But they can come out. He said they're more than willing, send a communications person out or one of their technical staff to explain all this. That way we all have a clear understanding of what the next steps are. But as I said, this is also one of those things. Well, how bad is bad, right? And do we need to start looking at those regulations, what that means for our communities, especially the ones that live close to the refineries? Are they stringent enough? Should everybody have gotten a letter within that map? How long did it take to generate that map? There's all these questions about what we could have done in after action a report that I'm looking forward to asking that person in a public setting like this. So.
Thank you. All right, well, we'll keep going on our agenda, which is 7D, council request for future agenda items. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
I have no items.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Tate.
Yeah, I'd like city staff to reach out to Michael Kent to over at the Hazardous Materials Committee to come and give a presentation about the MRC, to explain those maps and to have a discussion, inform our community as what the impacts potentially could be, defining those terms like risk and proximity and toxicity, and what the next steps are in timeline for informing the public.
All right, I'll second that. Is there any questions or comments about the motion? City Clerk Bell.
Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Cave,
Yes.
Desai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Councilmember Tate, do you have any other items?
No other items.
All right, we'll go to Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Do you have any items?
Yes. A request to have staff report back on the status of the bathrooms at Pinole Valley Park. I keep receiving texts that they are closed. And there's a good reason for, at least that I'm aware of, that the women's is closed, and we want to make sure that the public is aware of the status of things. Thank you.
All right, is that an item for a future? Or are you asking the city manager to provide that in a report, maybe at the next item?
However, it's possible and most efficient.
I have that information and was planning to share it as part of my report as the next agenda item, if you'd like.
All right, so we'll stay to item 7D right now with council requests. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, do you have any other items?
No, none other.
All right,
Thanks.
Councilmember Sasai.
None for me. Thank you.
All right, and I don't have any items tonight. We'll go to public comment to see if there are any public comments on this item 7D.
Yes, we have Cordell Hitler.
Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening again, Mayor Murphy, council. I am Cordell Henler and I have 2 items to bring forward for the May 16th agenda. Number 1 is for staff to bring back the revisions of the council meeting procedures, which I did not see it on today's agenda. So hopefully it'll be on next month's agenda. Number 2 is to have Danny Wan to come speak to you all about the plans of that the Port of Oakland has as it's slowly coming out of the pandemic, because I had mentioned it to the city council for San Pablo last night, and I think it might appear on their agenda. So hopefully Mr. Wan will come speak to you all about the plans for development. So that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you. Then that brings us to 7E, our city manager report and department staff. Good evening, City Manager Murray.
Good evening, everyone. Few items to report. As has been mentioned previously, we're celebrating Earth Month here, which is a new endeavor for the city of Pinole, and we have all sorts of activities that have already taken place in this month of April. One of the keystone events for Earth Month is going to be taking place this coming Saturday, which is an Earth Walk, which starts at 9 a.m. at Fernandez Park. So hope to see many members of the community there. We have a lot of folks already registered, so should be a great event. We are going to, we recently published a new document that we've been creating, which is a year in review of last year and a look ahead for what we have planned this calendar year 2023. You can find that on the website and through our social media. Hope everybody takes a look at that. The women's restroom at the dog park has been out of commission. A vehicle collided with the privacy screen there a while ago, and city staff have been working on reconstructing the pieces. That's going to be completely repaired and reopened by the end of next week. As requested by the city council at the second council meeting of each month, we report out on our road maintenance work that's been done by our crews. We had 39 potholes filled over the course of the past month. We didn't do any center line striping or red curb painting due to the weather, nor did we do any patch paving or crack sealing. But as the weather dries and warms, we'll be doing more of that, and we'll report out at the last council meeting of every month. We just want to report out that the city council had approved a future agenda item on a presentation from the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. They're not able to make a presentation, but council also requested a presentation from Public Bank East Bay, and they will be coming to make a presentation to us on public banks. And then finally, just want to preview what we have coming up in our next council meetings. We have a special city council meeting scheduled for next Tuesday, which is a budget workshop. Our finance director will be presenting our baseline budget. That's a picture of what next year's budget will look like if we continue to do the same activities that we're doing this fiscal year, and gives us a sense of the starting point for the budget development process. We'll also be presenting the baseline CIP, which is the projects that are continuing and being carried forward next year. That's a meeting at which we're hoping that the city council can surface any ideas they have about potential future budget requests. So staff has time to vet the operational feasibility and cost of those before they're later incorporated into the budget. And then we're having a special city council meeting, not this coming Saturday, but the following Saturday, April 29th, which will have a couple different components. It's going to be here in the council chambers at 9 a.m. And the main focus is going to be reviewing our 2020 through 2025 strategic plan as kind of a mid-period review, and you all deciding whether it still appropriately suits our needs and provides the guidance needed or should be updated. We're also going to look at some other work plan items beyond what's in the strategic plan for the remainder of this calendar year and next fiscal year, and establish some priorities. And then finally, our next regular city council meeting will be on May 2nd. A long agenda, a number of presentations, proclamations, but also consent items. We'll have a presentation from CCTA. We'll have a presentation from the Mosquito and Vector Control District, which is relevant to some of our code enforcement issues. We'll have a proclamation honoring Postman Choi on his retirement, a proclamation for Public Service Employee Recognition Week. We'll have our standard slate of third quarterly updates for the CIP, budget, climate action plan, etc. And an update on our Pinole Perks local gift card program. And finally, an overview of the city's environmental purchasing practices, which is a council requested future agenda item. So a number of busy council meeting agendas from here through June, the end of the fiscal year, including those that are going to be required to adopt the new budget, but a lot of great programs being undertaken and things being completed that we're happy to share with you. And that concludes it for my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Council Martinez Rubin.
Thank you, City Manager, for reporting on the status of the women's restroom at the Pinole Valley Park. I've received texts that the men's restroom has been locked for the past couple of days. Can staff please check on that and report back? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, Councilmember Tave.
And I know this came out, but for the public, the Parks Master Plan. Do we have an ETA on when that might be coming back? Will it be ready for the budget process?
No, the council just approved the contract with the vendor within the past couple of months. We had an internal kickoff meeting with the vendor. They need to do a whole assessment of the condition of all of our park facilities. We discussed the timeline a little bit at the last finance subcommittee meeting. We're expecting to have it completed this calendar year. And the idea is that it will be done in time to have projects incorporated into the next, not the upcoming, but the following CIP.
Any other questions? Do you have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have a telephone caller, last four numbers 5748.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I want to thank Councilwoman Martinez Rubin for bringing up the subject in and around our park facilities, specifically the bathrooms with the city manager. You know, I think it's a shame, a crying shame, that it took over 2 months to get an answer from the city manager and the Public Works Department. Why they couldn't post a bulletin on the bathroom wall or around the dog park saying that we're in process of the repair, estimated date of completion. They put one little flag out there on the ladies' bathroom at the dog park that said the other day, like 2 sentences or about a week ago, something like bathroom closed. Go to Pinole Valley Baseball Park bathroom. That's like more than 3/4 of a mile, you know. Why do you subject public to go and do that? They have to walk all the way over there with their dog, and dogs aren't allowed in the Pinole Valley Baseball Park or the other parks. But they could at least maybe even come up with another creative idea to make it a gender neutral bathroom situation within the men's room. But the men's room locks are in disrepair. The lock to the door to the toilet's broken in the men's room. The lock to the men's room door is broken. So no one can go in the men's room, even though I saw women going in there with any kind of privacy and decency that our city public deserves. We deserve a lot better than what we're getting from our Public Works Department and the city manager and whoever is supposed to be responsible with his underlings to get that fixed. Furthermore, the bathrooms in the baseball diamond park and the water fountains all along the basketball court there and behind there have been in disrepair, out of order, and there are cobwebs and spiders in the bathrooms, in all the bathrooms there. and it smells, you know, the floors need to be cleaned more often. They could put a fresh paint of paint on the walls or the floor to kind of spice the place up so we don't have to go through that for another 3 to 5 years before we get the master plan fulfilled. And the light on top of the bathroom roof is still out. That's supposed to go on at 6 o'clock at night for throughout the night. The master spotlight up there is still out, not to mention the other lights in and around the ladies' parking lot bathroom at the dog park. The street lights are still out. The barbecue lights are still out. You know, what's it gonna take to do that? So the city council needs to step up to the plate and find out from the staff what's going on and what's not happening and who's gonna be held accountable.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much. We'll continue on to item number 7F, which is our city attorney's report. City Attorney Casher, good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a brief update. I provided the city council with a report yesterday on the resolution of a case involving the city of Pinole. So I wanted to provide just a brief update for the public because there was some question and discussion about the case at a prior public meeting. So this is a case involving a petitioner, the Californians for Home Ownership. They filed a writ petition challenging our initial adoption of the housing element back in January. Since that time, we've received comments to our housing element, worked with our consultants and staff, and the city council recently adopted the kind of revised housing element at the last city council meeting. We've been working collaboratively with Californians for Home Ownership since the case was initially filed back in January. With the passage or the adoption of the updated housing element, the petitioner, Californians for Home Ownership, has dismissed the case. They are not seeking any damages against the city related to that, not seeking any attorney's fees related to that. And so they are essentially basically dismissing the case. They reviewed our housing element. They were pleased to see what was included in there, the efforts that the city is undertaking in promoting home ownership and housing within the city. So they have dismissed the case without any incident. So I wanted to provide that update for the public, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions? Counselor Tave.
So when someone files like that, I'm trying to understand, did we step outside of the rules, or, I mean, where did that wind up landing? Or when it's dismissed like that, is that something that basically, I'm trying to figure out how not to have that happen again?
Yeah, so the challenge to the city's action was a procedural challenge. They were essentially arguing that we adopted the housing element before we were kind of technically allowed to do so. The damages related to that were none. There were no. It was a procedural issue, and so what I think they understood was that once we adopted the housing element formally in April, there was no damages to speak of. So there's nothing to basically receive from the court. There's nothing that the court would issue by way of damages or any form of a judgment, and that's why they dismissed the complaint. They could have sought damages. We would have had a fight and an argument about that, but they chose not to pursue any because there really wasn't any damages suffered.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Just want to make a comment that that same organization has been filing lawsuits against other jurisdictions that have not adopted their housing elements yet. So we could have expected to have a lawsuit filed against us for being late rather than the procedural time that we did adopt it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, City Attorney Casher?
I'll just add, we received a letter from this entity. I think almost every city in the state received this very similar letter and a similar kind of threat of litigation. And they've filed lawsuits against many cities throughout the state. So we're not unique in that regard. But I think we are somewhat unique in the fact that they've dismissed it without, pursuing any damages because they have active litigation against many cities in the state.
SF Chronicle says that 80% of cities still have not adopted a housing element in the state of California, which is pretty lofty. Any other comments or questions? City Clerk Bell, do we have any public comments on this item?
No public comments.
All right, then we'll go on to our next item. And thank you all for the comprehensive reports and communications. The next item is item 9, because we already did our proclamations and presentations. We'll go to item 9, which is our consent calendar. Are there any items on the consent calendar that the council would like to pull?
Mr. Mayor, I do have questions about item C.
Okay,
So I'd like to take that off, but just quick questions as far as our municipal code and
sure. So item C, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, do you have any items you'd like to pull? Councilmember Sasai,
No.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
No.
All right. Well, in that case, we'll go to public comment for the consent calendar. Do we have any items any public comments for the consent calendar?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Mayor. We have Irma Rupert would like to speak on 9C and 9H, and then Rafael Menes for item 9E.
All right. We'll go with Ms. Rupert first, and then we'll go with Mr. Menes. No worries, Ms. Rupert.
Good evening, everybody. Really quick, Mayor, I'll make it quick. On 9C, the house moving permit. I didn't see anything wrong with it. The only thing I want to have the neighbors been involved, notified or surveyed regarding this issue, regarding moving the house over, especially a historical society type house? Would it affect their neighborhood? Have they been informed and notified? As a neighbor, I would be asking all these questions. How old are these reports? I know they're over a year, whatever. Have they been up to speed and brought up to date with some of these attachments? And the only thing I do want to be careful about, Mayor, is that has the city attorney, can they put a clause in it or something? When you move a house, if you damage a bridge, a road, or you hit something and hit someone, who's liable? Is there a clause or something that maybe the city attorney can not put the city in that, getting sued or whatever the case might be for liability purposes? So, you want me to say the other one, 9H?
Sure.
Okay, really quick, Mayor, financial investment policies fiscal year. The Finance Subcommittee had a meeting March 29th, which I was part of, and I participated in the meeting. Pages that I'm very interested in, pages 155 to 159. What happened is I attended Supervisor Glover's grant funding program. The 155 to 159 are grants that finally the city's putting policies and procedures into the city. And also I have worked for the Department of Justice grant funding programs. We need to be more proactive in getting grants. We also need to have grant funding training for staff. According to the city manager, he sent me an email saying that the RFP for a grant writer was going to be put out. However, I would like to add that grant writer have some training experience, and maybe he could bring that training background to us so that we all can get trained and look for grants. Just be more aggressive and proactive and get those grants because they're all appearing all over the place. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mr. Menes.
Good evening again, Mayor. I'll be brief on this one. So for 9E, my point of curiosity on it is that this is the fourth amendment to the agreement with Client First Technology to authorize additional funding for various project management, configuration improvements, and workflow updates, and fee schedule updates and ongoing fee changes, and an appropriation of $132,165 from the general fund and building and planning funds to support the project as per page number 117. I'm curious as to whether this is going to be the final such amendment, because as the staff report notes, there have been several prior amendments. And this amendment is noted as being basically to deal with unanticipated problems due to the extensive nature of the project reconfiguration. I think it's page 118 where they note that. So what I'm wondering, and this is more a question I think for staff rather than the council as such, is how likely is it that this particular amendment is going to be the last amendment? And how likely is it that there'll be further at this present time unanticipated expenses that would lead to a fifth or further amendments in the future for this particular project? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments for this item?
Yes, we do have several online. Tom White.
Hello, good evening, staff and council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you regarding 9C, my house moving application, which was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission. I've forwarded a letter of support, and I hope you've had a chance to receive some of the other reports and letters from the Hercules and Pinole Historical Societies, as well as the family of the former resident in the home, the family of Gene Woodfield, who was a founder of the city of Hercules and had been a mayor at one time. I don't have any other comments to make other than to let you know that I have been involved with the Berkeley Architectural Heritage Association in restoring and moving other homes in the Berkeley area, and have successfully restored those and have received several preservation awards for the work that has been done on restoring those homes that were saved. And they were also of historical value, similar to this home, which is on the National Register of Historic Places, and had been part of not only the history and architectural heritage of Hercules, but it's also a community that it was very closely allied with Pinole, and it's a type of home that I think would fit well within the historic district of Pinole Grand Street. So I've been working with Planning Commission, Building Department and Public Works to provide all of the necessary applications and permits, and working with Solaris House Moving, who has moved other buildings in Pinole and is one of the best house moving companies in the Bay Area, with lots of experience in moving buildings. I look forward to any questions you may have, and appreciate your support for this historic preservation initiative, and look forward to living in the home myself after it's moved. It'll be an all-electric home with on-site photovoltaics, battery backup, EV charging, native plants, and hopefully a very low carbon footprint, and a good addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
Yes, Jeff Rubin.
Good evening, council, staff members. So many beautiful homes were raised in the Pinole and Hercules historic districts during the redevelopment years. Tonight, you have an opportunity to save an historic building that's part of the area's history, and a building that's important to many people. This Queen Anne cottage, known as Building 54, was built in 1904. It's on the list of the National Register of Historic Places. It contributes to the architectural heritage of Hercules, and is similar to many other homes from the same period in the historic district of Pinole. This building is a great fit for our city. The cities of Pinole and Hercules share a long symbiotic history. For a good part of the 20th century, a significant part of the Pinole workforce was employed at the Hercules Powder Works. The community shared schools and resources, and to this day are linked by family members who live in both communities. Our cities are inextricably intertwined historically, culturally, economically, and architecturally, and continue to be so to this day. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the approval of this building's move to Pinole.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Susan Keith.
Hi, I think I finally got the right place to speak. My name is Susan Keith. I am a resident in Hercules, and I'm a member of the Hercules Historical Society. And I want to thank you so much for finding a home for our little Queen Anne. It's long overdue. As has been previously mentioned, our histories are intertwined. In the heyday of the Hercules Powder Works, Pinole residents worked at the Hercules plant, and their children attended school in Pinole. So here we have a nice little Queen Anne in pretty good condition, ready to be restored to its former greatness and looking for a place and a home in your wonderful city. So thank you so much for finding a place for our little Queen Anne. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, 350 Contra Costa Action.
Good evening. This is Lisa Jackson from 350 Contra Costa Action, and I'm speaking today on item 9F. I just wanted to say how grateful we are that the council's considering supporting the conference, which is going to be entitled Contra Costa County and the Inflation Reduction Act Conference. 350 Contra Costa are one of the hosts of this conference, along with Greenbelt Alliance and the 3 community colleges of Contra Costa County. We look forward to Pinole accepting the role as a community partner, which basically means having attendance at the conference for the council members and staff, if possible. We really appreciate the fact that the council at Pinole are very forward thinking when it comes to the climate and also the environmental justice. And I think this conference is going to be a great opportunity to collaborate and discuss the funding that could come down through the IRA, through the state and into Contra Costa County, and give you the ability to communicate with other community-based organizations as well as other agencies. The conference is going to focus on 3 areas around all electric energy transformation, environmental justice when it comes to the green economy, and workforce advancement. And we've got some great speakers coming along and some really exciting workshops for the afternoon. So we do like to invite all of you to attend, and we appreciate the work that you currently do. I know Council Member Toms, does a lot of work at the county as well, and they're also one of the partners for this conference. So we hope that you can all attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, Cordell Hindler.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes.
So good evening again, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Henry Richmond. So as the previous person just spoke, I am asking that the council ask for you all to attend this conference, because I feel that it's very important that that the city of Pinole, be represented, climate action, workforce development, economic development, that type of stuff. So hopefully the city of Pinole will attend this conference on May the 18th, which I will try to attend. And then on 9A, and I can scroll back up, I had something else to say under the second citizen to be heard, which I never got a chance to say. So I will save that for late afterwards. So hopefully that the council will approve the consent calendar as is. That's it.
All right. Any other public comments on the consent calendar?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Tate, did you have a comment or a question on item 9C?
Yeah, it was more a question. I understand this went through planning commission like any other development would go through. I'm trying to understand why moving of a house. This, to me, this just seems like it would be a regular development of a vacant property. Why do we have this coming back? I guess what's the genesis of that coming back here and not just being approved, like any other small project?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Yeah, so the municipal code has a section that I think is cited in the staff report that provides the conditions for a house move. And there's another chapter of the municipal code that's applicable here. It's chapter 12.28, which relates to the moving of buildings, and it requires that the city council actually approve the moving of buildings within the city of Pinole. So that's why it's before the city council and not kind of approved administratively.
But I mean, it just seems a little arbitrary that like planning commission already went through that process of evaluating this project. It just seems like coming back on consent is just a matter of, I'm trying to figure out why it couldn't have just been.
So we can always amend the
Amend
municipal
the-
code,
yeah, okay.
but I guess part of the reason is we want the parties that are moving the home to have it done right. So we wouldn't want anyone to challenge this action because they didn't comply with every element of the municipal code, one of which is city council approval. So I wouldn't want to give anyone that out essentially, or that
I see.
ability to challenge on a procedural ground.
So it just seems like there's an added task that if we remove that task, that all the other things would have applied, right? Like all the other rules, insurance and everything, that the boxes would have been checked. It just seems like it came to council for just a matter of procedure, which kind of okay. But that's all I really had, was try to understand why this was treated differently than any other small development.
Sure. Any other questions on 9C? Councilmember Tasasai.
So any damage to our roadways or utilities as a result of this move, should it be failure to our roadways, that would be the sole responsibility of the applicant. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
Yeah, through the chair, I can, yes.
Easy answer, I think, is yes.
Yes.
Other than that, excuse me, I go on runs from Pinole Shores down to Hercules, try to every day, and I run across this Queen Anne, and very happy that someone's doing something great with this. The plans look amazing, and better yet, it's all electric. So looking forward to it.
And Director Mishra or City Attorney Casher, can you speak to whether or not the neighbors on Brent Court have been notified of this move or of this item on the agenda as well?
So to my knowledge, this was actually been previously, probably before my time, has been notified to the neighbors, and there were some council maybe hearing about it before my tenure. But recently, we have not notified from the city staff perspective. We haven't notified the neighbors there. But however, once it is approved, there is a building planning process that is still need to be completed. I mean, building evaluation process need to be completed, and we may approach the resident for if they have any comment, if a council wishes so.
In what ways would you engage the residents on Brent Court in that?
It would be sending them some flyers if they have any comments to provide to city staff.
Okay. And just to clarify, you said there's building permits. The current planning process has passed, so it's gone to Planning Commission and it's now at City Council. If this is approved today, are you, what part of the building process or the next process includes that type of public engagement?
The building process, approval process does not include a public engagement. What I wanted to say that if council wishes that we should approach and notify the neighbors, we will do so because we still have time to complete the building code approval process once it is approved.
Sure. So I think what would be prudent would be I'll move for item 9C to direct, if approved, to just direct staff to send a letter to the neighbors on Brent Court updating them about the approval of the housing permit.
Okay, I will note that.
Can I have a second to that motion?
I'll second, but I do want to discuss.
Of course.
This is kind of why that municipal code kicks in, and a normal development, this would have already, like, there's a procedure that you would have as far as notifying, just like when you do a lot line adjustment, that notifications go out to the neighbors that this is happening, right? And then when you decide to build, I believe it
Not for a
does.
lot line adjustment.
No, you don't have to. Pretty sure it does, but yeah, I think you have to notify if you're cutting a parcel. At least your adjacent parcel. If it doesn't, it probably should. What I was gonna say was that if you're building a house on a vacant property, you'd have to notify. It doesn't say, I'm not sure if that happened when municipal code comes to council and approves it.
So I'm happy to jump in there. So this has already gone through the entitlements process. So already went through all the public notification regarding the planning approvals. What Director Mishra is referencing is getting the final building permit approved. That's a staff level item, but this project has already gone through what would normally be required to approve the placement of a single family house with its modifications. And there was quite, if you recall, there was actually quite a bit of neighborhood awareness and engagement on this topic. Not so much centered on the placement of this house here, but some other issues related to the shape of the street. And as part of that, the city council appropriated CIP funding for renovation of Brant Court. So I think the level of awareness, it's gone through the whole public notification process that a project like this would go through. And as you know, Council Member Tave, I don't know that we know the history of why the house moving permit isn't kind of addressed at a technical level in the same way that a grading permit or a demolition permit would be handled. It feels like a little bit of an anomaly of the municipal code. And that might be something that the city council would might want to consider updating about the municipal code in the future.
Sure. Right. So residents have received some form of letter, a notification that this item has gone during the planning commission.
That's correct. Yeah. But I do think it would be, we don't have a requirement that I don't believe that we notify the residents of the date of the move. And so I do think that would be appropriate. And so we'd be happy to do that if the council would so desire.
Great. Any questions or comments on the motion? We'll go to City Clerk Bell for this, for the vote on the motion to amend 9C.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Pardon me, motion to amend 9C, the amendment being a courtesy letter to neighbors that this is actually occurring. Is that it? Is that the amendment?
The motion is to direct staff to, yes, to draft that letter.
Are we also approving 9C?
It's a motion to amend the item. So we're not approving the item technically yet.
Can we take that back and approve the consent calendar with a modification to 9C to include notification of neighbors when the move occurs?
Sure, I wasn't sure if council was ready to approve the consent calendar yet. So the motion currently is for 9C. Is an amendment to 9C.
Okay, but we're amending something that we're not approving.
Not yet. That'll be the next step.
That's awkward.
It is procedure.
City Attorney, maybe through the chair, can you help us out with this?
I think either way would work. Yeah, it's really a kind of
So it's the procedure.
judgment call. Yeah.
City Clerk Bell. Thank you.
at this point, maybe a clarification for everybody. If we could have the motion restated with
Yeah.
all of the components, that would be helpful.
So on 9C, the motion is upon approval to direct staff to draft and send a letter informing the residents on Brant Court around the moving permit day and the details that go around this approval of the moving permit. And the second, I believe, was Councilmember Tate.
Thank you.
And we'll go to City Clerk Bell for the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tate.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. And if there are no other questions or comments on the
I'd like
consent
to move-
calendar,
I'd
Mayor
like to
Pro Tem
move the
Toms,
Consent calendar.
you move approval of it?
Yes, move approval of the consent.
Wonderful. Is there a second to that motion?
A
second.
second.
All right, Councilmember Tave, seconds. Mayor Pro Tem Toms made the motion. Are there any questions or comments on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Cave.
Yes.
Desai. Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Wonderful. That brings us to the next item, which is the public hearings and old business. And there are none this evening, so we'll move on to new business. And we have a few items on our agenda for under new business. The first one is 12A, which is Traffic and Pedestrian Safety Committee Report. And I'll bring it to Director Mishra. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and the public. I do not have a presentation for this, but I'm just going to speak from my staff report. For this particular item, during our TAPS meetings, the TAPS committee members have requested two things to be brought to this council for consideration. The first of this is a repair and repave a portion of the creek, creekside asphalt trail from Sarah Court to the pedestrian bridge over Pinole Creek, and which would roughly cost the city about $30,000 if we did the work with the city forces. And the second item is the TAPS committee is requesting certain funds to advertise the TAPS committee activities to the residents. It seems that the committee members feel that a lot of residents are unaware of TAPS committee role when it is being held and what are the issues they actually hear and discuss. And they would like to have city send some flyers, send to all the residents on the city. And the rough estimate for that advertisement effort is about $7,000 to send flyers to everybody in the city. And TAPS committee would like city council to consider this. And the city council agrees, then we can put it as a budget item for this coming financial year.
Does that conclude your report, Director Mishra?
That does.
Oh,
Yes,
great.
that concludes my record, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Great. We'll go to council for questions. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Sure, thank you. So the flyer would be a one-time flyer?
That's
or,
correct.
and the cost is 7,000. Would there be enough flexibility to incorporate a notification, say in one of the annual publications that we do for recreation?
I believe it is an advertisement effort. It is not only flyer. We can do multiple approaches with all the other avenues we have. That's a baseline cost of my understanding how much it costs to send a flyer for about 5,000 residents.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Sasai.
Yes, on page 2 of the report, under the fiscal impact section, it says the cost to advertise TAPS, i.e. sending citywide flyers or other means is expected to be around $7,000. Can you please itemize maybe what other means is? What it might
Other
include?
means, in my mind, we would advertise within all the social media we have and probably all the recreation flyers that we send out. Those are my ideas of advertising a little more about TAPS.
Understood. And the advertisements through social media, would it be paid advertisements? Is that part of the $7,000 in the request?
The social advertisements is whatever social platform we have. The city has the Facebook, Nextdoor, those accounts. Not a paid advertisement for paying through for the social networks.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Tate.
No question.
Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Director Mishra, please clarify, is the interest in promoting TAPS to the entire city, or is the request from TAPS a result of what is happening in front of Pinole Middle School and their sense that the residents to whom this would, that particular situation would apply have not been notified? And if that it's the latter, does it not make more sense to target mailings to particular areas in the city that would be affected by the activities of the TAPS project, TAPS committee?
To answer that question, no, it is not the latter. It is the TAPS committee believes that a lot of residents in the city don't know about TAPS activities. They don't understand. So their intent is to actually broadcast TAPS meetings in the city and what they are trying to achieve through these meetings. And this Pinole Middle School situation is entirely different. And effort to connect to all those residents for Pinole Middle School that we had taken into account when we actually tried to do a conceptual plan. Then we did send out flyers to all those residents. That was a separate effort. That was not through TAPS. But this is a recommendation or request is from TAPS committee members to broadcast to the entire city.
To broadcast the different activities of the committee.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Seeing no questions from council, we'll go to public. Yes, council member.
I have one.
Martinez Urban.
Thank you. I have one more related to the request. I'll save that for deliberation. Thank you.
City Clerk Bell.
Yes, thank you. We have a couple of comments for this item. Rafael Menez, followed by Irma Ruport.
So I'd like to, good evening, council, looks like audio just came on. So I'd like to tie in the TAPS committee's request for additional funding into the city's broader communication and engagement plan. I know that the city's been working overall on having more engagement with the community as a whole, working on having more outreach through things like signs and banners, information on events. And we've seen a lot of work around events in Earth Week and Earth Month, more generally, more outreach on the city's social media, more signage throughout the city. And I think that if the city chooses to approve the funding for the TAPS banners, and I think it would be beneficial to do so, that be integrated with the overall communications and engagement plan to help sort of broaden community understanding of all the various activities the city takes on. You know, I personally try to let people know about activities that are going on in the community through emails that I send out to my email list. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Toms has for much longer, but I have been doing that, been sending out emails to her own email list about activities going on in the city. But those emails and those lists are fundamentally, you know, private entities. They're not the city sending out information to people. And I think that if the city sends out flyers, that might draw the attention of some residents who might not be connected to a private email list or might disregard comments from, you know, a particular commissioner or a particular council member because it's coming from the city and it's got the formal imprintur, as it were, of the city behind it. So I would urge the council to support both funding of the roadway improvement because it's a core roadway in the city that a lot of children in the city use and they're higher risk users of roadways. And to also approve the funding for flyers and to integrate that more broadly with the city's communication engagement plan as a whole, and to consider other efforts like that as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Again, everybody. Mayor, I love the idea. I normally do it watch the TAPS committee meetings. They're awesome. Mr. Mishra is awesome. I like his reports. I do totally agree. We need advertisement on the TAPS committee. They're important. They're projects that are going out and that people are asking about. However, my biggest concern is, yes, advertisement. Mayor, you get a Contra Costa Marketplace. It reaches 50,000 people. And I would strongly recommend putting at least a page a month or every quarter. I believe it's like maybe $1,000 for a full page. Half a page is like 500 or whatever. But you can call and ask them. 50,000 people in surrounding areas. Everybody gets this. I get these little cards from the city. I don't know half the time if they're advertisements. The other day I got 3 of them. I don't know why, because it said resident and said Pinole. Some neighbors might have not gotten any. I don't know. But what I would like to say is the recreation newsletter that they send out is awesome. I think it's every 2 or 3 months. They establish everything from A to Z and tells us everything that's going on. Why is it that the recreation can do something like that? And we as a city cannot do something like that. It's ridiculous. It would include all the committees, all the projects, and it would send something like this out instead of the little cards that people think they're advertisements and throw them out. The CIP and these little workshops that we're having, I love them, but yet put them all in one. I like to calendarize my situation. I don't want a card at a time every week because it's getting a little bit, out of hand. But a newsletter, get them started. What does it cost? I mean, and Mr. Mishra, you're doing an awesome job. Thank you for allowing us to engage in this. But yes, we need more advertisement and more people involved because even next door is asking questions about what's going on in the city. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Yes, we do have one online. Telephone caller, last 4 numbers 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, this is Anthony, longtime Pinole resident, over 40 years in Pinole. I think that's a pretty good idea to do that, but I think we have to backtrack or look over our shoulder what's been some of the things going on with the past half year's committees and some of the issues and problems we faced with that before throwing out $7,000 to put out flyers. Case in point, if you look back on the agenda, scheduled TAP meetings over the last year and the last several years, anywhere from 60 to 80% of the meetings have been canceled and or postponed. Now, they don't postpone them for like the next week or the following week. You have to wait a whole month before it gets rescheduled. Second case in point, why does that seem to be the continuing problem going on with this new commission, with the new commissioner and the new meetings in 2022 and 2023? And then case in point, what happened last week when we thought there was going to be a tax meeting that was publicized, advertised on the TV, Pinole TV station? A lot of my friends, neighbors, and community members went to tune into it or wanted to go to it. And then for some reason, somehow it was canceled in the last 2 or 3 hours in the late afternoon with no public notice. And we never really found out what happened or what the excuse was for them to cancel that meeting, as well as several others, unlike when they do it with the planning commission. Granted, they have a little better track record of only canceling half the meetings, but at least they give the public a valid excuse, whether it's a special holiday or vacations or someone has some valid excuses or reasons, and they give the public notice so we don't waste our time going down to the city hall or tuning into the Zoom programming to look for the TAP meeting and wondering what happened. And, you know, we have to call up and put somebody like David Snell on call and see, and even he didn't know why it was canceled in the last 2 or 3 hours of the late afternoon without sufficient public notice on the television, flyer, blurb, or anything to that effect. So I think we need to look at that. Also, case in point, things get lost between the cracks like they did last year. We were supposed to have a report back from Lieutenant Avery and or Chief Gang to the TAPS committee about traffic problems and traffic issues throughout the 2 or 3 years past, but we didn't get that back from them. And like San Ramon did with theirs, if you want to see a nice program, look at the city of San Ramon and how they did the police report to see what we're doing or not doing around Tennant and Plum and what have
Mayor,
you.
point of order.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tony.
There are
Next
no
item.
more public comments.
Thank you. All right, then we'll bring it back to council member comments and deliberation. Are there any council members who have comments or other questions or any motions you'd like to make on this? Or any direction you'd like to give staff?
Yeah.
Councilmember Cave. Your microphone.
Sorry, I think Councilmember Martinez Rubin had a comment earlier.
Great. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Yeah, based on public comment and also observations of the history of this committee, we can't ignore that in the past they have been canceled. So I'm thinking that there's great degree of enthusiasm now and lots of activities to be promoted by the committee. And if that's the case, or if it's not specific activities, that the promotion of the committee itself occur more so than it has been in the past is a good idea, provided that we can, as a city and city staff, follow through. Because there have been instances when people are interested in attending, but they just aren't notified. So we get back to a communication or circling back and giving community members the most recent notice about whether the committee will actually meet or not. That's important. Otherwise, they lose faith in what can be done by the city staff. And the blending in with the existing communications plan, if we can do that, so there's some consistency in that committees such as TAPS and or the other commissions, that the public also be made aware of those, that would be great. I know that you are calling for the TAPS committee to be promoted in particular, perhaps because it's been lacking that. I'm not entirely certain that that's the case, because I think we can benefit from promoting all of our commissions and committees. So I'd be interested in hearing from staff whether it's feasible to operate by following the recommendations that we've had from the communications and engagement plan, and if that would suffice.
Thank you. City Manager Murray, did you want to speak to that?
Sure. So just there, no need for there to be any mystery about the last TAPS meeting. So we've been going through a transition in the what kind of format legislative bodies can meet in. And we had a lack of a quorum for in-person attendance for the last TAPS meeting. That occasionally happens with bodies. And so we had to cancel the meeting because we didn't have a quorum. And we apologize for that. That's it's inevitable in I think volunteer committees during this period of transition. There isn't a specific aspect of the communication engagement plan that provides any specific direction on how to promote the activities of an individual commission. I do think, and to the issue of this commission's meetings having been canceled, there's a long history of that, but over the course of the last year during the tenure of Director Mishra, we've gotten it, the appointments made, we've had a regular meeting scheduled. There isn't always something to discuss. And so that's a little bit at the discretion of the committee members, whether they want to meet or not. But it has been meeting regularly. I do think there's a lack of familiarity among the community at large with this committee and what its purpose is. Particularly, it's been kind of re-envisioned to be a forum for community members to share their concerns about traffic and pedestrian safety issues as a first public forum beyond staff. And I don't think there's a high degree of awareness of that. I do love the idea of, but I think that's true of our other commissions as well. And as we come out of COVID and we're returning to in-person meetings and we want to engage residents, I do think a single mailing that touches on how to work through commissions and what these commissions' roles are, both to let community members know how to access them, but also potentially to interest some potential future commissioners would be great. And it's the same, essentially it's the same cost. It's $7,000. That's our back of the envelope calculation for what it takes to mail something to every resident. So I think that's great. Council appointed commissions are free to request a report out to the city council. Sanjay is the mouthpiece for that. This idea of setting aside $7,000 is not a staff idea. That's what the TAPS Commission is asking. The chair of the TAPS Commission could just as easily come to this meeting and requested that idea, but we think it's a sensible and reasonable one. So yeah, I do think if council were to approve funding for a communication piece, which to mail it to all residences about all of our commissions, what their purpose is, I think that would be great. As you know, we have a future upcoming council agenda item to review all of our commissions. So I think the timing for that would be good.
All right, thank you, Councilor Sasai.
No comments.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. I think Councilor Tave has a comment before
I
you
just
make.
wanted to make this comment. I think with this road report, I mean, we've been talking about roads since 2018. We've had road reports for road safety, road conditions, road signage. And the TAPS committee just seems like that first stop for our residents. And frankly, I mean, we've spent a lot of time on council on roads. We have a lot of other items and our meetings have been pushing to 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, partly because, these are complex issues. I think by committee, a lot of that gets hashed out. A lot of those discussions get brought up, points are made, and it kind of funnels up to council for decision for these larger expenditures that we might be taking for the road or direction that the city is going in. I'm for the mailer. I think we have to start having this conversation on a broader scale. I think we have a TAPS committee that's fully qualified to have those conversations and gather that data. I would just ask that when we send mailers that, they're legible. What I'm noticing is that we try to cram a lot of stuff onto cards and you can't read it. I mean, my eyes aren't as good as they used to be, but even I'm having a hard time getting through all of that. I think it needs to be very, very succinct and the messaging has to be the ADA standard so that people can see it. And hopefully engage in these processes, because I think now more than ever, we're at that inflection point where we can actually start to take steps to get these roads back, into good shape. But that's going to take community to do that. It's not just council, it's not just TAPS, and I think these mailers are important. So that's kind of where I was.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes, with the comment that we should use our regular channels for communication, look at things like advertising in some of the circulations that are done, whether it's the recreation. I think they do it twice a year. They do a booklet on activities that are happening. If it can be done in coordination with that, just pay a pro rata share out of this budget. People tend to go back and refer to that over and over. It's not like a piece of paper you get in the mail or a card you get in the mail and you toss it. You kind of keep it on the coffee table. You don't throw it away right away. You go back and reference it. So if staff could take a look at that. So I'm ready to make a motion that we consider the request from the TAPS Pedestrian Committee for funding for these two efforts.
Okay, and what is your motion?
That we approve the funding that's requested by the TAPS Committee.
Okay, is that for both? Just to clarify, is that for both?
Staff recommendation. Yes.
All right, thank you. There's a motion on the floor and a second by Councilmember Tate. Any questions or comments about the motion? Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
With one of the two items being the part of the Bay Trail? Pardon me, part of the,
It's the Creek Trail.
Creek Trail. Thank you. Not the Bay Trail, the Creek Trail. Yeah, that's only a portion of it. And granted, it's highly used. So it makes it more obvious by the TAPS committee to advocate for that. There's also a section elsewhere between San Pablo and Pinole Valley Road that has the pavement that could use repair. So I would have staff consider that as well. And perhaps, but yes, I would support the funding for the pavement improvements in the section that the TAPS committee looked at. But as well, I think we ought to also consider the other section of the Pinole Creek Trail. And along with that, who's responsible for it, whether it's city property or otherwise, and blend in the request with capital improvement plan. It's fitting to do that.
Okay. There is a motion and a second on the floor. If you'd like to make another motion after that, we can do that. The motion is to approve the request of the TAPS report as is. Is that clear? Councilman Martin? Okay. So do you have any other questions or comments about it? Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tate.
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tons,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Would you like to make a different motion or additional motion?
Additional motion that the funding for this portion of the Pinole Creek Trail, along with an estimate of funding for the Pinole Creek Trail section between San Pablo Avenue and Pinole Valley Road be made part of the 23-24 CIP.
Can you repeat the motion, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, just for the record?
Yeah, we've approved funding for maintenance of the Creek Trail along Sarah Court. That's what the TAPS committee identified.
It is only a portion of that creek. It is until the pedestrian bridge, only about a 200 feet, 250 feet.
Yes, yes.
May I suggest a path forward for this? So we'll be having a special city council meeting next Tuesday where the city council will be reviewing the baseline budget as well as the baseline CIP.
Okay.
That meeting is intended hopefully to have the city council members surface new ideas for things they'd potentially like to recommend in the next budget, including operational things, but also capital projects. And the idea really is to surface these ideas so staff can go back and vet them. So if you would, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, I would recommend that you mention that idea as a potential capital project at next Tuesday's meeting, and city staff can go and cost that and can bring that back for a subsequent discussion of the CIP. That's okay.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I just don't want to lose that opportunity. I'm glad that we have one for next week.
Absolutely, yeah. And if staff can just remind us and put that as a note for that meeting next week, I think that would be a great conversation, or at least one of many conversations to have about the CIP.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other motions on this item? All right, not seeing any more. We'll go to 12B. Thank you. City Road Condition and Pavement Management Program update. Director Mishra, your star tonight.
Yes. Okay. Okay, can you put it to the presentation mode, please? Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, council, mayor, city staff, and public. So today, I'm here to present this new business item to provide an overview of the City of Pinole Road Condition and Pavement Management Report. I have laid out an agenda to provide a little background and go over some terminologies, then dive into further details. Next slide, please. So this agenda will describe a little bit of what is PTAP, what is PCI, then edit some description of city's network summary, current condition, some comparisons of the various Bay Area jurisdictions for the PCI and that's the pavement condition index. We'll dive into details of funding and treatments for City of Pinole, some funding scenario. Next slide, please. So PTAP is a regional program in the Bay Area to update and assess all the overall pavement condition. PTAP is short for Pavement Management and Technical Assistance Program. MTC offers these grants through PTAP to all the cities and counties to operate their street saver program, that is through the pavement management system. So every 2 years, MTC provides this opportunity to count each city, meaning to say that each city gets an option every other year to actually run this PTAP, obtain the grant fund for PTAP and continue their PMS. The PTAP steps are, PTAP funds are available only once in 2 years for a city, and the cities provide a match fund, and the rest of the funding is being paid by MTC. A consultant is assigned by MTC to the city, and a consultant would complete their inspection and complete input all the data to the pavement management system, which is the Street Saver, which will generate a pavement condition index. Next slide, please. So PCI, the pavement condition index, is a numerical rating from 0 to 100. 0 is a failed street, 100 signifies a new pavement. PCI is not really static. It is road deteriorates every time traffic moves on it, and city's current overall PCI is 54. As you can see here in the picture, if nothing has been done to a street, the life expectancy for a road is approximately 20 years when it would completely fail. But the idea of having this pavement management system is to have interventions in a particular time so that we can extend this road pavement life for about double, say almost 40 years. Next slide, please. Here are the road surface examples and how it relates to the PCIs and how does it look in real life. PCI more than 90, seems pretty new road, and 75, very little crack, even if this actually looks a little weathered, but the surface is drivable. There are no serious ruts and all that. PCI 50, you see the block cracks are starting. There are some major cracks, and PCI less than 20 is practically alligator all around. You see patches and needs of complete replacement. Next slide, please. So this is just to give an overview of the dashboard that the Street Saver has. Gives you a glimpse of City of Pinole's how it went in PCI, when did we do intervention or we didn't. Say 2018, the PCI was 61 and we have been declining steadily, almost by 2 to 3 points each year. Our total network has arterial, collector, and residential streets, and their PCIs are shown here, breakdown for their functional class. And this just represents that. And the current PCI, what is shown is an average of all these three. You can also see the historical network condition. The very good portion of our network, it has reduced by 2% over the last year. And the good maybe increased 3% because we may have a couple of projects that we rehab, like San Pablo Avenue rehab project, and poor and very poor stays the same and actually increases over time, as you can see in this. Next slide, please. So cities network summary. This provides you a definition of what's arterial, it's a collector, and what's a local street is. And this also provides you total number of sections of the city. And the center line miles for the city, what we have is about 52 center line miles, and total lane miles is about 120 approximately. And total surface area is about over 10,000, 10 million square feet of road surface in the city. Next slide, please. The current pavement condition categories. For arterial, we have about 9% of them are good. Collectors about 6%, and about 22% of the residentials are good. So that's basically puts at about 37 to 38. And 60% of our roads are actually at risk or poor or very poor. That's the bottom three rows signifies which part of, and as you can see, most of our residential streets are really the bulk of the issues. So that gives you a breakdown of all the three different functional categories and in different road conditions. Next slide, please. So this graph really shows you how does it compare with other Bay Area cities. This graph is actually plotted for road condition or a PCI condition, pavement condition index for 2019, because the next 22 was not published for all these cities. So we picked all the cities for 2019. And as you can see, Pinole lies around just above Millbrae. And these cities we picked because they have the similar number of lane miles as Pinole. Next slide, please. So funding and treatments for us. Currently, we fund most of our street projects, Measure S funds, which is about $500,000. We get about Senate SB1 from gas tax, an estimated 350,000. And for grants, it varies. Sometimes we get grants, but it's not abundant for every year and not promised for every year. But bigger projects, we do get some of the grants, and the grants also not always for the streets. It could be for safety improvement, as we are doing in APN and Malesta project, which does not involve much of road improvement there. So the treatment methods that we apply, this is the PCI of, depends on the PCI of the road. And here is the method, recommended treatments, and how its cost per square yard. Next slide, please. Street Saver, the MTC funding scenario. This is the 5 funding scenarios that MTC recommends to have produced by the consultant. And they produce these 5 different scenarios to us, which you would have, if you would have gone through the report, you would see the details of these 5 scenarios in much more detail in the report itself. So if you're going to maintain the current budget, our PCI, which is roughly about $1 million, is what we are spending on. Our PCI will decrease from 57 to 52 in 5 years. If we need to bring our entire network PCI to an optimal range, which is say between 79 to 84, we will need $55 million. I just want to put a note here saying that this $55 million spending, what it means is that $55 million, we're going to spend it right now to bring it to the optimal. But because the future value of the money, when I will show you the next slide, the scenario, it may seem awkward, but I just wanted to give a understanding that the $55 million is the current cost if we want to do all the pavement improvement right now, one shot. Okay, next slide, please. So I worked with the street civil program and produced a few more funding scenarios, just so that because we don't have a huge budget, huge influx of money for our street repairs. So these three scenarios, which is increase PCI by, the first one is increase PCI by 3 points each year until we achieve 75 and maintain that PCI. And you can see over the 10 years, the spending limits and the total at the end of the 10 years, we would have spent roughly about $52 million. The second option, second scenario was achieve arterials and collector to 80 and have the residential PCI 70 ASAP. And what I meant by that is really spending most of the money in the beginning. That's $23 million in the year one. And then 7 million, then 4 million, then the rest of it, as you can see, a smaller chunk. And that actually tells you that your total dollar you're going to spend over the 10 years period is about 47.9, and you would be having this PCI. But practically it may not be possible, because it may not be possible for us to actually throw out or build projects of $23 million in the city in 1 year. I just wanted to show how these dollars and appropriations work in the system. And the third one is increase or achieve. Okay, I think I must have mistyped here. Achieve the arterial and collector 75 and residential to PCI 70 by 10 years. So this shows a funding time frame where we actually increase our PCI by 1 or 2 points, but at the end of 10 years, we have arterials and collectors at 75 and the residential streets are PCI 70. So as you can see, our total expenditure at the end of 10 years is still 50 million, but the burden in the beginning years are a little less. Next slide, please. So what should be our strategy going forward? I believe that we should be having a public engagement and obtain some input. And once we obtain those inputs, and we'll run various scenarios and various funding needs scenarios. And we should use those needs scenario to develop a long-term financial plan so that these streets can be rehabbed, or we can go forward with our pavement management program. Next slide. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Mishra. We'll go to council questions first. Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Thank you for that report. Very thorough. Couple questions as far as the source of funds that we have ongoing. What are we categorizing the Measure J return to source funds as?
Let me.
And that's on the slide called funding and treatments. So we have the Measure S, which is the local sales tax, the SB1 funds and gas tax, but we also get Measure J return to source funds that I believe can be used for road maintenance.
Yes, I believe you're correct. I haven't mentioned yet, but in our CIP plan, it does goes to the road funds. And I'm not sure how much dollars we get in total. Let me see if Misha is there, whether she can answer this question. Okay, maybe.
And if
she's
it's,
not.
yeah, and I think it would be good information for when we do talk about the CIP. So if you could just put that question on your radar, would
Yes.
be great. And then on the current pavement condition categories, where we have 16.9% of the roads are in a failed to very poor condition. And this might be a question for somebody who has more finance background. It's my understanding that if we were to do, say, a bond issue, a capital tax increment bond issue to upgrade our roads, that we can't use it for maintenance, which I would be curious, again, for our next meeting, that condition 1, 2, and 3 appear to be maintenance. I'm not sure about condition 4, if bonds could be used to do those repairs. But I believe 5, when you have to actually do reconstruction, that that might be a funding source that, we would have to, engage the public to see if there was an appetite for doing a bond issue. First of all, but find out if we did do a bond issue to bring, say, 16.9% of our roads up to, a usable condition, or if the additional 22.5% of the poor condition roads could be brought up to, good condition early on in, on the, looking at your the timeline for, doing, bringing everything up to good condition. That's something that could be done on the front end if we had a bond issue. But I'm just wondering, what conditions would qualify for a bond issuance? So again, I don't know if that's something that can be answered tonight, but if you could put that on your radar for our CIP discussions, that would be great.
Thank you. I will do that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Counselor Sasai.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Mishra, for the excellent presentation. On the section where you were speaking about funding and treatments, one of the parts of the current funding are grants, and you mentioned that it varies. And can you please provide a breakdown of the grants that we have applied for and have either not received funding from or have received funding from?
So for this year, what we had applied for was OBAG 3, which we received about $1.02 million for one of the projects. And we applied for HSIP 11, and we were successful there as well. We received $239,000 for that. And so that's why we will have a couple of new projects through that grant. And we have applied for some earmark funding. We don't know whether we're going to get that, but we had applied for HBP, that's the Highway Bridge Program, and we did receive money for our design project for San Pablo Avenue Bridge. In previous years, San Pablo Avenue Road rehab was done with the grant funding from OBAG 2 and some STEM phase. The WICTAC also provides us some grants. What we have actually roughly from our total capital projects, I believe we get roughly about 25% from the grants, which we will present in the next CIP when you will see for each year and each project which gets funded. You will see that those grants are actually itemized, and you can see more details in that.
Thank you. And would funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law be applicable to these type of road treatments and repairs?
I believe HCIP was a BIL funding. I'm not sure whether HPP also comes under that right now. But I would say that, yeah, HCIP was a BIL funding source.
Got it. And then I was also made aware of funding from FEMA. And I believe there was a process to our county meeting a threshold to be placed on the disaster declaration list. Is that, and this as a result of the rain and the flooding that we experienced early on this year? Is that something that's applicable to this as well?
Not for, I mean, we will get some funding from FEMA, and the FEMA fundings are really attached to a disaster. So some of the road repair work that we will do, pothole, and some of those things will be reimbursed by FEMA. We already had a meeting with Cal Uyas in FEMA team. Those will be reimbursed by FEMA, and that is specific to the disaster. Those are has been declared. But that does not really count much towards this road rehab scenario. We don't count those.
And if I may add, Director Mishra, the universe of grant funding for road projects is very well defined. And so there are some really traditional and universally known mechanisms to get street funding. And the city is completely tied into those opportunities. Over time, there is less interest among funding agencies in funding road reconstruction projects. There's more interest in complete streets and multimodal projects. So just, I think for all of us to keep in mind, it's, and for various reasons, environmental, safety, equity, access. And so I don't think, and Director Mishra provided a short summary of some of the grant funding we received. Some of the more kind of reach grant funding for these types of projects are things that you also mentioned, some of the congressional earmarks that we've gone after in the past. But there aren't a lot of new and different pots of money. New and different pots of money, including through infrastructure, inflation reduction, are more targeted towards resilience, environmental initiatives, and other things like that. So I think we're pursuing, and the grant funding agencies have full formulas about allocating those funds across different jurisdictions in a way that they consider equitable. And so I don't think there's much money being left on the table for roadways, which is unfortunate because that's one of our largest unfunded capital needs.
Understood. And would you say that we've exhausted that list of available grants in that well-defined universe so far, or are we getting there, or is there more work to be done?
I think we've I mean, there are annual opportunities, and so it's not exhausted, and that we continue to participate through CCTA and MTC and Caltrans for all of these different aspects. So I'd say we're well connected to those. There might be other grant opportunities for other service areas. And grants are often also, in addition to moving away from vehicle oriented projects, grants are over time have migrated to pilot projects, more experimental and innovation demonstration projects than just the routine turning of the mill of road repaving. So I do think we're very well tapped into and make good access of the existing resources for road grants. As you know, and was mentioned earlier, I think there's opportunity for us to do more prospecting for other types of grants, and that's one reason we'll be hiring a grant consultant. But I do think we're well connected and tapped into those for roadways.
Great, thanks for the explanation, City Manager Murray. That's all.
All right, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Director Mishra, thank you for the presentation. And for not omitting consideration of the roads that make up part of that, looking for the percentage here, the 16.9%. Years prior to your being here with us, there was a comment made about those roads that have failed, almost as though we had to resign ourselves, or residents had to resign themselves to living with gravel roads rather than paved roads, which is an unfortunate way to see things, because that meant that although we were subscribing to MTC's way of categorizing road conditions, it did leave us to wonder whether continued neglect of those roads that are deemed the category of condition 5 would just remain as such. So not a many, so I'll reverse that, including those here in your presentation means to me that you have that broader perspective of attending to all our roads to the extent possible. And that it looks like, given the current state of affairs of granting agencies, mainly federal and regional, that we really are going to rely on our residents to help each other with as a future source of funding, with considering some sort of revenue coming from their agreement to do that. So with that in mind, with a plan to be created, or how to, that the long-term financial plan, will we also include, or I will say, let's please include as well the different possible revenue sources that we do need to pay attention to, that not only we on council, but residents as well. So it doesn't come as a surprise, and that there is an understanding, much like with the comments that our city manager has made about what the city has done given current situation about availability of funding for road pavement programs. So thank you for that. A little bit that I became aware of in the time that I was going to around to different on different streets to different households over the years, is there's a term for this, and I forget what it is, but there's a condition on city streets, residential city streets, that given the trash hauler that we use, those large trucks exacerbate what is already a street that is in poor condition, and they create the weight of those trucks, given how they run on a particular residential street, go back and forth really every week, that they create, or they break the pavement. And so I wondered if we could also have you do some research for us to inform whether it's even at all possible that there be some part of our agreement with our traffic hauler about helping offset the cost to that kind of damage on our streets.
Yeah, I believe we can, because our franchise agreement is coming for renegotiation. I believe we can, council can actually opt to include that part of the discussion when the franchise agreement come to a discussion.
Thank you. So another asterisk on the list of things to keep on top of, and for us not to forget. Thank you.
And if I may add a comment about that briefly, as Director Mishra mentioned, the how this kind of the next steps on the road conditions, that this single figure of the PCI is a citywide average across all sorts of different streets. So you could have a citywide PCI score of 70, and that could mean that half of your streets are at 100 and half of them are at 40, right? Or it could mean that every single street in your community is at 75, which would look pretty good. So it's not a very descriptive measure, unfortunately. That's one thing to keep in mind. The other thing to keep in mind is that the condition of your roads is a city service level and priorities issue. So different communities might have different feelings about what is the appropriate street condition. Now, there's a certain point at which it becomes an operational imperative. It wouldn't be financially responsible for those who play a financial role to let roads deteriorate to a certain condition that they'd be uber expensive to rehabilitate. But within, within what's reason, a community can decide that they want all of their streets to be 90s or all of their streets to be 70s. And so that's really a question for the council and the community. And it's going to take resources to do anything to improve our street conditions. And as you all know, there are other competing resources. So if we, want to find additional resources to address streets, there might be some trade-offs. That might be money that could otherwise be spent on refurbishing parks. additional services, all sorts of things. So what Director Mishra was proposing is a community engagement process over the next few months to really dig into this question of street condition and try and get some data that we can bring back to the city council that's a little more fine grain on what residents think is the right level of street condition. And that might include things like a different condition for our most visible and used streets, our arterials and collectors near our commercial areas, and that might have some economic development implications, and still a high quality and serviceable level in the residential, but perhaps not as high, and what that would cost. And we'd like to fold this information into the draft long-term financial plan that the city council will be considering this summer, so that the city council can decide what it thinks our need is for future funding for roads, our need is for future funding for other things, and then how we're going to fund all those things. And there are certain funding mechanisms that are better related, more closely related and logically related to certain types of additional future expenditures. And Councilmember Tom's, Mayor Pro Tem Tom's, you mentioned, for instance, you can use bonds for certain types of expenditures, but not other types of expenditures. And that's one thing that our financial plan consultants will be addressing. So this item this evening is really an update with the latest information regarding the current situation of our roads. But we'd like to have council's approval to have a community engagement process to get more feedback and bring that back to the council as part of the long-term financial plan. And we're hoping that this, our third long-term financial plan over the past few years, is going to have a really specific direction about if we think additional revenue is needed, what those revenue sources are going to be.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Tate.
Okay, so for the record, my street went from 53 to 44. So that's the course of 2018 to now. So I mean, I've witnessed it. I think my question and the question that the public is probably wondering is, what are we doing internally now for the road? I mean, what would we say we're doing now? Like, we have crews, we bought this truck. I mean, well, helping, hurting,
well, the thing, I mean, what is helping us is to do repairs, which is a little more than pothole filling, a little more patches, a little bigger repairs. But definitely what it cannot do, even with our crew and the truck and all, that we cannot don't have the ability to pave one street completely, just because it is a 6 to 7 man crew is completely going to get overwhelmed doing any of those work. And we're not set up for that. We do not have a paving machine that big to do that. So, we don't have a paving machine at all. We just have trucks, but we have a grinding machine and a compactor and all that. So, so we have some ability to, maybe fix a patch of 20 feet by 30 feet at the most, one shot. But we don't have the ability to actually pave 500 feet for the entire width of the road. We don't have that ability.
so more maintenance than anything, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, because we know, and this was good that council approved those funding for those equipment because our roads are really bad. So we're trying to save them or make them as much as possible with the crew, rather than you are having actually pay a contractor to maintain your road.
Okay.
If I may, I mean, it's an order of magnitude, difference in what has been invested. So it's a wise investment because the patching equipment and the crew time is doing some work that can help maintain our good roads. But if you look at the scenarios here from the Street Saver, to increase our PCI by 5 points requires an investment of $3.5 million per year. Right now, between our grant funds, we're probably spending about $1 million, plus the annual amortized cost of that additional equipment and crews. Maybe that's an additional $200,000 per year. So what we're investing in our roads right now is probably something like $1.2 million per year. And to increase the PCI by 5 would require $3.5 million per year. So
Right.
it was a wise investment, but it's really a drop in the bucket compared to if the city really wants to improve the condition of the roads, it's going to require much more significant investment.
Right. The next question I was gonna have was, current costs, which I think you just answered, but to what degree has the city experienced escalating costs, right? 2018 dollars are not, 2023 dollars. And I would imagine that based on that chart, we're towards the very end of that, but it looked like everybody was in some type of disrepair. And now I'm starting to think, well, what type of competition is out there? And whenever you have competition like that, that drives costs up. So materials wise, looking at these numbers currently, and we were to pursue some type of funding vehicle like bond or measure or something like that, what's the expectation? Is it really the 3.4 million, or are we looking at something with an escalator in it?
Yeah, so we would have to, Street Saver has all sorts of tools in there to estimate escalation. I wouldn't necessarily assume that because a lot of other communities have roads in need of rehabilitation, that there's competition for those materials, because we don't know that those other cities have the financial resources to pay for those improvements. So kind of like us, we've got roads that need attention, but we're not competing for those resources because we don't have any money to spend on it right now. But the cost of construction has been going up, as you know. And if we're talking about, you get more bang for your buck if you do more investment in the front end. There's kind of a natural capacity issue, which Director Mishra was mentioning. But if we were going to make a really significant investment over the course of a couple of years, instead of, rather than spreading the work out over 10 years, then the timing of that work would become a consideration. So for instance, if we think for whatever reason, there's going to be some, inflation is going to cool, or a cooling of the construction market, we might try and time that work to get a better price. Or we might go out to bid, and if we don't like the prices, say we're going to wait 6 months and go out to bid again. If it becomes that big an investment, then there would be some inflation risk related to it. We'd want to time that.
To me, I think that, like we said earlier, we've been talking about all these studies that we've done, the complete streets. You mentioned something earlier, the wayfinding, all of those items are all, in my mind, kind of wrapped into this road issue. And looking at this is just the number for paving. This is not the number for all the other things that we talked about. I'm definitely, and I just want to throw this out there. I don't know what are questions, and we still have public comment, but I do want to have a discussion about this. But I also want to throw out that, like, to me, this is going to be with us forever. So what I worry about spending all that money and getting a bond all at once is it, in theory, 40 years from now, everything's going to fail at the same time. And that council is going to be trying to run another bond to keep everything running. And what I'm looking for is what kind of funding vehicle is sustainable for amount of time. Like the Measure S has served us pretty well when you look at the time that they've been here. But when you're talking about bond, that money costs money, right? And so I just want to make sure that we think this out. But I'm anxious to hear public comment.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. So we'll go to public comment. City Clerk Bell.
Yes, thank you. Irma Rupert and Rafael Menes.
I'm sorry, Miss Rupert. I just want to make sure your microphone's on before you.
Hello? Yeah, thank
All
you.
right, almost restart.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Your report is excellent, very detailed. I like your charts. I just did a cursory review because there were so many pages and stats and streets that were on your report. However, I do want to make a couple of comments, and I'll make them as quick as I can. I dealt with our previous public works director, and what I did find out, and it's confirmed today, that PCI is a numerical rating, and these streets are not inspected. visibly. I mean, you don't go there, it's by the, through that metrics that's selected, selects these streets to be paved. One of the things that they say here on the review and analysis is MTC likes to call it a fix it first. Well, it means you fix the roads that have been in good shape. So that's why they're outstanding. It's like fixing a perfect child, and you know, nutrition wise, it's going to be perfect, but the one that you left behind is going to be starving. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's an attitude that I don't care for, because what happened to my street, to be honest with you, Mr. Mishra, it's not even on the report. There were several streets in my area, Rising Glen and Glen Court, cul-de-sacs. They have like maybe 15 or less than 20 homes, and they've been done over and over. And you promised me a walkthrough. You need to come to my neighborhood. Several of my neighbors are waiting for you to come and visit us. And so we'll be waiting for you, okay? And what happens is they've been paid over and over, and I see sometimes the maintenance truck once a year, and I'll go up and ask him, what you doing here? He says, oh, we have a warranty. So every year the streets get redone, the warranty works. And to me, you know, I have residents who lived there over 50 years and they never seen that street made up. Marianola Way is the worst street, and it's not even on the chart. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not you, Mr. Mishra, I'm sorry, but the report is excellent. And I just want to say that the metrics are okay, but I think visibly, and you need to come to the neighborhood and check the streets out. And the thing is, Mayor, is for those streets that are in real bad shape, just do a fabulous patch-up job. That's all I'm saying, because they're gonna get worse and worse. I'm just trying to think, maybe my neighbors want to raise a little bit GoFundMe program and do my street. I mean, you know, you understand where we're coming from? And Marlesta is the worst. I saw the crew, one of them, patching up the potholes that we were talking about earlier. He did about maybe 10 of those holes, and 5 of them disappeared. They're no longer, we gotta go do them again. So maybe get the neighborhoods together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No minutes.
All right.
Good evening again. Is microphone working?
It is now.
Okay. So I've got a lot of comments to make on this item, so feel free to stop me if I'm going too quickly. First off, I'd like to note that the PTAP report, which has a lot of good data in it, seems to have been created in 2022, and I'm curious as to whether the city council and staff had access to the report before this meeting. Because one of the problems is that there's a mismatch between even the staff report and tonight's presentation and the PTAP program. For example, in tonight's presentation, I believe Director Mishra noted that the current PCI index for Pinole is 54. The staff report says the PCI index for 2022 was 57 and 62 in 2019. So I'm curious, I guess, as to the evaluation for 54 versus 57 versus 62, whether it's all being based on evaluating the same center line mileage as noted in the staff report or elsewhere. Secondly, I'd like to note, in particular, within the PTAP report on page 229 out of 395 of the agenda packet, table ES1, summary of different funding levels for scenarios, that our current funding scenario, 1 year budget, has just about the same backlog after 5 years as if we did nothing. 48 million versus 49 million for the unfunded scenario. And the PCI change would be markedly worse if we did nothing. But I think it's worth noting just the sheer amount of backlog cost increase is still pretty substantial at the funding level that we're at. Even if we went up to the +5 PCI increase, and that would involve tripling and more our current annual budget, we would still have a backlog after 5 years of $39 million. The only way that we get the backlog down to a minimal level is going to the $55 million over 5 years plan, which would be a colossal cost. Secondly, I'd like to point out the maps that are listed in the various scenario outcomes. I think they're helpful for showing where there are breakdowns in the city and where they'll be anticipated in the future. Thirdly, I'd like to point out figure number 18, or actually no, figure number 17, the 5-year scenario PCI summary, because that's on page 258 of 395, and it shows the anticipated fall off. And I'd note that, may I have some additional time to continue, Mayor? Because I'm about to hit the 3-minute mark.
You may.
Thank you. So for figure number 17, it shows that it's anticipating in the unfunded scenario that the PCI would hit 54 in this year. And even though we had the $1 million in funding, I'm assuming due to rain and the other various climate effects, that we've already hit the unfunded level PCI, setting aside backlog entirely, even at the $1 million funded level, where I think it was supposed to be 56. I can't quite read it because there's a bit of overlap in the chart there. And then I'd also note on figure number 18, which is on the very next page, that 2023 is basically the decision year, 2022/2023 for the basically break point in backlog. You can see a pretty sharp change in what the backlog levels are going for the fully funded versus unfunded and so on, sort of as a big breakout. So this is a decision that we're going to consider further in next week's meeting. And finally, I'd just like to flag again that, you know, this data is great, but a lot of it is from April of last year. So I'm not sure how much of it still applies, given the significant rainfalls and the significant road condition degradation that's followed on from that.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
There are no more.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go back to council for for deliberation or motions. And I would also say, just in conversation to time and even perhaps other items that may be of interest, I would seek to encourage council to continue this item to our May 2nd meeting, which is another opportunity for us to talk about this in conversation to the CIP. So just offering there, but any discussion you all may have is fine too. Councilmember Tate.
Yeah, I think I want to talk about this more, but I know it's getting late, and the quality of the conversation, you know, when we get to about 11 o'clock starts to drop. And I know we have this other, I know at least on my part, because fatigue sets in. I just think that we should probably continue this. So I'll motion to continue this item to our next meeting, so that we can have a discussion, a little bit more robust discussion about this, and what type of funding vehicles might be associated with that. I don't know if that's reasonable or.
Is our next meeting, our next regular meeting would be May 2nd, or are you talking about our next meeting, April 25th?
Isn't the April 25th about funding?
Well, it's really a presentation of the baseline budget and the baseline CIP. So we could discuss this here. I'll tell you right now that the consultants we've hired to work on the long-term financial plan are going to be doing the analysis of the types of revenue that are good fits for this and other funding needs. Staff is not going to have recommendations or analysis at a council meeting in early May about how we're going to fund these things. So that's not, I mean, what we're really hoping to do at this meeting is present this information was an update on the condition and let you know what we have envisioned for the community engagement process. Because again, so there's the technical aspect of this, which is what it would cost to get to different road conditions. But there's a huge values and priorities discussion that the city needs to have, because if we're going to raise new funding to spend X amount on roads, we're not going to have that funding to spend on city services and parks and facilities. So I really think what's is needed for this dialogue because we can run lots of different scenarios in Street Saver, but we need to start to get a sense of what feels like the right road condition when we're considering what the cost is. And that's an analysis that we can't do on the fly, and we need a lot of community input in to help develop those scenarios. We also don't have all the expertise among staff to talk about the funding scenarios.
And I just want to reference the strategic recommendations going forward, which are around public engagement and obtaining input, running various funding and needs scenarios, as well as using the need for the developing of the long-term financial plan. So perhaps on May 2nd, we may have ideas that can also drive direction to staff.
Yeah.
Outside of the funding, I think funding is one of them, which we may not have answers to at that point, but we may have better ideas for public engagement or input, as well as other considerations. It's a pretty lengthy report. So I just want to encourage council to continue this item. I think we do have another item on the agenda, so I think it would be prudent. Would
Okay.
you like to restate your motion?
Yeah, I'll
Councilmember?
motion to continue this item to our next regular meeting. And we'll just leave it at that.
Great, I'll second that. Is there any questions or comments about the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell?
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
It's time for discussion though, right? After a
It
motion.
was a
and-
discussion or question about the motion,
Okay, so discussion.
but we're on roll call now. You,
Can we go back to discussion?
about the motion, sure.
Yeah, about the motion. Yeah, so tonight was staff recommendation that the city receive an update on the condition of the city's roads. So, so based on the motion, is the expectation that there'll be more of the same? I just heard city manager say that any further input would be from the community to help inform, you know, the level of pavement condition that would be desirable. And then following that would be consideration of recommendations from outside expertise. So I'm not sure whether the next time we would meet, which would be what, May 2nd, regular council meeting, that there would be any more different from what we already heard tonight. Perhaps, well, I can hear staff clarify that for us. Again, in case I missed it the first time, which could very well have happened.
Who's that question to? City Manager Murray?
Sure. I don't think we would generate any additional new information, but it sounds like the council has some additional deliberation it would like to have about this data, and maybe ask staff for additional information that we already have, and provide direction. So I'm fine with us if it gets continued.
All right, any other questions or comments on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell.
thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Taves.
Yes.
Desai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Wonderful, thank you. The next item is item 12C, which is City Council salaries and benefits. City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Good evening, once again, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I'll keep my report brief, given the late hour. So before you this evening is consideration of two items. The first is to provide direction on whether to increase the salary of the Pinole City Council members. The second is to consider adopting the elected officials benefits plan. So by way of background, there was a request by a council member at a previous meeting for staff to bring back a report and discussion of city council salaries. The current salary set by the Pinole Municipal Code is $562.50 per month. The last adjustment to the salaries of the city council took place in 2016. At that time, the salary was increased from $250 to its current rate of $562.50. And that was the first increase to the salary in 30 years. The staff report that you all received details the manner with which the city council salaries can be increased in accordance with California state law. So I do want to provide details about that. The city council salaries are set by state statute and are based upon population. For cities with a population of $35,000 or less, the city council salary is initially set at $300 per month and may be increased annually as set forth in the statute. So the city council may increase the salaries by 5% of the last adjusted salary for each calendar year. This means a salary increase cannot be compounded for the years 2017 to 2023. The city must adjust the salaries by only 5% for each of the past 6 years and 5% for the current year. Any ordinance amendment may not provide for automatic increases in future years. So since the city has not raised the council member salaries since 2016, the council has the option to raise salaries up to a maximum of 5% each year, up to a maximum of $759.41 per month. If the council would like to increase its salary, it would need to do so through an update to the municipal code. If an increase is approved, it will become effective at the commencement of a new term of office for any newly elected or re-elected council member. And so I just wanted to mention, so the fiscal impact for that, if the council did move forward with directing staff to move forward with an increase, would result in an increase of $11,814.60. Council compensation is primarily funded from the general fund. And then additionally, as part of this item, the city council is responsible for authorizing the salary and benefits for all city staff and elected officials through adoption of salary and benefits plans or memoranda of understanding for the respective employees or bargaining groups. The proposed elected officials benefits plan must be adopted by the city council to take effect. So that's also included in the staff report, the plan and the resolution as attachments A and B, and that was provided by our HR director, Director Shell. And with that, that concludes the report. I'm available. Director Shell is also available for questions.
Great. Do we have any questions for council? Thank you for your presentation. Questions, Councilmember Sasai?
Yes, my question is on the section for review and analysis. It mentions that for cities with a population of 35,000 or less, the council salaries are initially set at $300 per month. And we're constrained to the 5% increase per calendar year. Is that due to our status as a general law city and not as a chartered city?
I'm going to defer to our city attorney.
So that is the requirement under state law. I haven't looked into or researched whether or not that requirement would be different if we were a charter city. But it's applicable to all general law cities for sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Thank you. In the staff report, there's mention of deferred compensation plan in lieu benefits. The amount of benefit that would go to a health plan, for example, would go to deferred compensation plan, or I'm getting them confused. Could you please clarify what the element of deferred compensation plan, does that exist now? I don't believe we have that as a benefit, but you can correct me. And what it would mean to receive something in lieu of health coverage.
I'm going to look and see if our HR director is available, but oh, there she is. Go ahead, Director Shell.
Good evening. Okay, thank you so much for the question. So currently, our city council are eligible to receive a cash in lieu for enrolling into a medical plan. And so that cash needs to be directed into a deferred compensation plan versus provided to the city council as compensation. So we currently do have a 457 deferred compensation plan available to city staff. So that plan would then be made available to the city council members, and the funds currently provided to the city council members in lieu of medical enrollment would then be deferred into the compensation plan.
Thank you. I think I'm one of the council members who uses the amount right now that's going to a health plan completely toward the health plan. So there is no extra to be deferred. Yes. Okay. Thank you. That's why it did not make sense to me. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, Councilmember Cave.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier when we talked about planning commission, are the same rules applying to all of our Brown Act bodies? Or the commissions or,
I'm not aware of a statute that relates to the payment to commission, boards and commissions. I'm looking at city attorney Casher. I know that this statute is specific to the city council.
so is there like a stipend that can be set up? And I guess we'd have to take that as a separate item. Just because they're spending time doing this and that, and I know that a couple of years ago, we talked about having some
Mhm.
type of stipend for our
Yes.
commissions that are spending time like we are.
Mhm.
Um,
We do have an item coming forward a little bit later, that will address basically all of the composition, the creation documents, looking, sort of a look at all of our boards and commissions. And I think the intent was to look at that type of, consideration as well.
And Councilmember Cave, that will be considered at a June meeting, by the way.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas.
Yeah, thinking about revisiting this on a regular basis. You know, when it was done in 2016, 2017, it was many, many years in the making. Now it's been 7 years and it's just kind of an odd cycle. I'm wondering if it can be revisited maybe when other employee organization contracts come forward, or perhaps you know, at the end of the year or at budget time, if there can be some regular time so that it's sort of automatically done instead of.
Yes, I did look into this because I was curious about other cities and what their practices are. I found that practices are all across the board, but some cities do revisit it every 2 years, and it's sort of in line with the election. When they have an election, they revisit it that way. When it takes effect, it'll go in effect for the newly elected council members. So I think that makes sense if council wanted to provide that additional direction.
All right, any other questions? All right, we'll go to City Clerk Bell for public comment, and we'll go back to the council after that.
Thank you. We do have Rafael Menez and Irma Rupert on this item.
Good evening, and I'll be briefer on this item than I was on the prior one. First off, when I was looking up the relevant section of law mentioned in footnote 1 of this, section 36.516, I noticed there was a segment of that law saying, notwithstanding subdivision A at any municipal election, the question of whether city council members shall receive a salary for services and the amount of that salary may be submitted to the electors. If a majority of the electors voting at the election favor it, all of the council members shall receive the salary specified in the election call. The salary of council members may be increased beyond the amount provided in the section or decreased below the amount in the same manner. So I guess this is a question sort of through the mayor to the city attorney. Is that meant to be sort of a charter city thing, or is that meant to be just a general thing that's applicable to all general law cities, that if they want to take the salary to the voters, they can set that at whatever, however high or low they think the voters will actually go for? My second question is with regards to the benefits of a defined benefits. I was under the impression that if the council desired to accept the city's offer of health insurance, they needed to effectively pay for the entire amount of that. But it sounds like in the staff report that at least some of that cost is offset separately from council member salaries. So I'm curious as to how exactly that works. Is it like a set amount of X in addition to council member salaries that's done as a contribution towards health benefits? Does the city entirely cover council member health benefits? So how does that work? Because I think it's a little bit unclear in the staff report. I think it's relevant for considerations of salaries, because if the council's paying the entirety of their health insurance cost, then $562.50, I think, isn't going to even beat the health insurance cost for one council member by themselves on a single family plan. But if that cost is handled separately and apart from the budget, then that's a different factor to consider with regards to sort of the compensation package as a whole as separate from salary in particular, because I did notice that the fiscal impact did have a higher increase in salary per month above and beyond the raw salary increase of $759.41 per month. Mentioned overall increase of $984.55 per month, which implies a partial coverage of healthcare costs, but not a complete one. But I'm unsure. That's why I'm asking. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to clarify that last comment, if I can. Mayor.
Sure.
I believe in the staff report, the intent is to show the increase per month for all 5 council members. So I don't think that's a reflection of additional monies towards benefits. If, so it reads, raising the city council member's salary to $759.41 per month from $562.50, which it currently is, will mean an overall increase amount of $984.55 per month for all 5. So just wanted to clarify that point.
Thank you. Getting
Again,
Ms.
Mayor,
Herber.
quickly, I totally agree with the resolution. Yes, yes, yes. And I would connect the salaries also to the CPI, you know, that price index for everybody's salary, you know, that 5% or whatever inflationary thing. And also revisit it every 2 years, every election time. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? Looks like he's having technical difficulties and there are no more public comments.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll bring it back to council for comments, questions, or motions. Councilmember Tave.
So I just want to ask, so we can't, like, when we vote, like, let's say we vote affirmative in this, we won't see any of that until you get elected, right? So that way, if there's like, just so the council, I wanted to make sure I was clear within the public's clear, like, we can't give ourselves a raise, like, it has to get reelected, then it takes an effect. So we would still continue to.
Through the chair, just one point of clarification. So this, if the city council were to approve this increase, it would go into effect for all council members at the end of the next election cycle. So whenever any one of the council members are reelected, then this increase would apply to everyone on the council.
Oh,
So
the
it's
report doesn't read as such, but thank you for clarifying.
It's a little, the statute is not very clear. And I could just mention one other point, to the question that was raised by Mr. Menace. So Government Code 36516 does set a statutory maximum that essentially the council can give itself in salary. The voters can, there can be a ballot measure to raise the council members' salaries to an amount determined by the voters. So that is an option. This is just, our municipal code is consistent with this government code section, which creates a statutory maximum. The idea being the voters really should decide that type of thing as opposed to the council members giving themselves that benefit.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Councilor Martinez Rubin?
Your question, yeah. And up until now, council member salaries haven't matched any increase in CPI annually. Is that correct? Doesn't seem like it.
Yes, this would only be if the council would move forward. It would be the second time that it had been increased. So there have been no adjustments made over the years.
Right. And the adjustment is not based on consumer price index, and it wouldn't be for statute. Is that correct?
It's 5%. I can't speak to the CPI and the patterns there. I would defer to other staff to answer that question, but the statute sets it at 5%.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilor Sasai? Or comments? Thank you.
Yeah, so this has been something that's been sort of sitting in the back of my mind since being in this office. And my opinion on this has dramatically changed, I think, ever since speaking with other council members in neighboring cities to see what their positioning is, what they have done, what they seek to do. And particularly on WICTAC, Director Javanka Beckles had brought up into discussion stipends for committee members. And it's not the same in this context. However, she brought up great points in terms of this really being an equity issue, right? When we have a salary or a stipend of around $7,000 per year, that discourages folks who are low income, who are either single mothers, single fathers, from even considering being in this office. And so I really do think that there has to be consideration for that. And moreover, I definitely do agree with Vice Mayor Tom's recommendations of revisiting this on a routine basis. And I think the recommendation from, I think it was City Clerk Bell, to revisit it every 2 years, every election year, is that correct? Right, I think that should be part of the motion here. So I'm supportive of this. The most equitable option would actually be to, in my opinion, base council salaries off of household income. But that's the whole entire conversation, and I don't think that's even been tried in local government. But I do agree with the staff's recommendation for our salary adjustments.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick question on the elected officials benefits plan to city staff. Is this, would that also, I mean, in terms of a timeline, I guess my first question is, what is the outlook on our management compensation plan? Do we look at that? Are we going to look at that every 2 years as well? And is that also the consideration around the elected officials benefit plan? What's the thought for, on the time frame to revisit that plan as well? Two-part question there.
So I'll jump in there. The management compensation plan is relatively new, and so we revisited it quite frequently after its adoption, mostly to do some fine tuning. Since its establishment, the city council has acted on it as part of the budget process by granting a COLA to the employees that are employed under it as part of the budget process. So we kind of address that aspect of it, the base salary on an annual basis, and then other aspects of it on an as-needed basis, either if the employees raise an issue that they want to be considered, or if the city council for some reason would like to make a change to it.
Thank you. Great. Well, council, again, the recommendations are to provide direction on whether to staff on whether to increase the city council member salary. Of course, this would need to be done by a future meeting of a change of municipal code, but the second is to adopt the elected officials benefits plan. So if there's a motion or a question or other comments on that, I will entertain those.
Motion to approve.
Approve what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Staff's recommendation for the 2023 salary increase.
Adopt the elected officials benefit.
And adopt the elected officials benefit plan.
All right. I think we may need to specify that a little bit more. There's no staff recommendation on the increase. The recommendation is whether or not to bring the municipal code update, which I think is what you mean, right? To bring a municipal code update at a future meeting.
Sure.
Do you want to repeat? Is that clear, City Clerk Bell? Or
With two different distinct actions, why don't we have two motions? That would be, I think, the best way.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Want to restate Councilmember two?
Okay, got it. We're gonna motion to give direction to staff to increase the city council member salary through a municipal code update
At the rate of
$759.41.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And that again is for a item to come back to the council member at a future date around a municipal code update at that rate. All right, and there's a second to that motion, Councilmember Sasai. Are there comments or questions on the motion?
It's in the, pardon me, it's in the staff report, but that's an amount per month. per month. Just so the public knows that we don't have $100,000, we don't have $100,000 salaries.
Okay, yeah,
Per month. I think that's a friendly amendment.
friendly
is that
amendment,
okay?
we'll take it.
City Clerk Bell?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Other questions or comments on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Desai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
And Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. I'll move approval to adopt the elected officials benefits plan.
I'll
Second.
All right, thank you. There's a motion, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Are there any questions or comments on the motion? City Clerk Bell, call the roll, please.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Desai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Are there any other motions on this item? All right, not seeing any, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the second citizens to be heard. For anyone who didn't speak during the first one, Madam City Clerk, back to you.
And
Or Deputy City Clerk Stone.
I actually just had a question. You also indicated you wanted to bring this back every 2 years. Did you want to make that official with the motion on the last item as well? In terms of directing staff to reconsider council salaries every 2 years?
Sure, we'll go back to item 12C and I'll
Thank you, Mayor.
move to direct staff to consider every 2 years the elected official benefits plan as well as city council member salaries determination.
Just a question of timing. Would it need to be done before the new council takes effect because the municipal code update? Otherwise, we'd be waiting a whole other 2 years.
Yes,
With that timing in mind.
we'll consider that. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. It sounds like it's similar to what City Manager Murray mentioned around the management compensation plan and the budget process. So maybe that would be the best time for it to come. Also, this is a budget item at some point. So any other questions or comments on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, we'll go to you.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Desai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
All right, and now we'll go on to item number 13, which is citizens to be heard. This is the second option for those who didn't speak during the first one. Madam City Clerk Bell or Deputy City Clerk Stone? Do we have any public comments?
Yes, thank you. Cordell Henler.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening again, Mayor Murphy, council. I am Cordell Henler and I'm a Richmond resident. So number one, I've been waiting to say this for the longest. So at the last meeting, I kind of agree with Mr. Anthony. I feel that I don't appreciate you. He doesn't feel appreciated, like, being cut off during his 3 minutes of time. And I feel that to me that is uncalled for, because when you have to listen to your constituents because they voted for you. And this is the thanks, because I'm trying to teach my nieces and nephews how to stand up for themselves in a public setting. And I feel that to me, I'm trying to be a good example to them. They're not afraid to speak the truth. And to me, we're supposed to be treated the same way. And so that's one. And then number two is also at that meeting, I did have some comments regarding the idea of having a pride celebration, kind of like the one they have in San Francisco, but it's a little, family friendly. So I had some comments on that, but now it looks like I can't even express what I was going to say. So you have to listen to your constituents, meaning that people, if you care about the city of Pinole, you have to show us some courtesy, because Mr. Anthony is absolutely correct. He doesn't fit, every time he says something, he always gets cut off at the end. So I think that would be it would be fair to have to listen to your constituents. And then finally, if the meeting starts at 6 p.m., it should not take more than, because we started like 40 minutes late, and I feel that I should not have to wait until that time, because I had another meeting, scheduled at the same time. So we have to learn how to start the meetings in a timely manner. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes. Telephone caller, last four numbers, 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I have to concur with the last caller, even though he's not a Pinole resident. He seems pretty astute to be able to discuss some of the issues that face our city council, mayor, and the community. But case in point, what he said personally, on behalf of the community and other citizens that would like to entertain public comment and be a part of the community, as well as you wanting them to engage in community discussion on various topics. You shouldn't limit the time or be the discriminator as such with your fingers on the hot button at 2:55 or 3 minutes when it comes to everybody, not everybody, but almost everybody that calls in on Zoom most of the time. Now, when you have your own constituents, the people that show up in the public meeting in person, case in point, Irma Ruport, Rafael Menes, and or someone else, you seem to lean backwards to give them time to finish their thoughts or sentences. You even said it in this previous meeting. So that's basically discriminating or censoring public comment, and you might be investigated by certain people regarding violation of the Brown Act for equal time, Mr. Mayor, and City Council, who let him continually to do that without chiming in. Secondly, in regard to Earth Day, just to finish my comment before my sentence and comment and thought before I was cut off again earlier this evening, I think we should look at the costing of using burlap bag sacks instead of microfiber plastic pollutant white sandbags that we're using like other cities are doing and changing in Sonoma County, different cities all throughout the Bay Area. A lot of them have converted over to burlap bags. So why can't City of Pinole be a leader in that effect and do something about that rather than continue to pollute our waterways, the oceans, the birds and the fish and what have you. Also, getting back to the door locks and so on in the bathrooms, the automatic door lock timers, both at the public bathrooms down by the wastewater treatment plant, new bathrooms, I might add, by the Bay Trail there. The timers might be set there, but I don't think the timers are in sync all around throughout the community. And that's supposed to be as published on the bathroom doors. And it's only down there that it's published. 1/2 hour before sunset, going through 1/2 hour before sunrise and 1/2 hour past sunset.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much. That does close our second citizens to be heard section for this evening, which brings us to adjournment. Thank you again. We are now ready to adjourn. Appreciate all the discussion tonight and also the public engagement. We adjourn this city council meeting to the special meeting of April 25th in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. Thank you and have a good night, everyone.